Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Foundation of Gemstone Magic. Long before wands were carved from wood and phoenix feather, long before the great halls of learning rose from ancient stones, there existed a deeper, more primal connection between magic and the treasures hidden within the earth itself. Precious stones, formed over millennia in the heart of mountains and beneath the pressure of time, have always held a special place in the practice of magic. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle embrace of evening, let us explore the foundational relationship between gemstones and the magical arts, discovering how these crystalline wonders have shaped wizarding culture for countless generations. Imagine yourself walking through the depths of Gringotts Bank, your footsteps echoing softly against the marble floors as goblin-lit torches cast dancing shadows on the walls. Here, in the deepest vaults, beyond the gold and silver, lie collections of precious stones that gleam with an inner light that seems to pulse with their own magical heartbeat. Each gemstone tells a story not merely of geological formation, but of magical potential waiting to be awakened by those who understand their true nature. The ancient wizards understood what modern magical theory has only begun to rediscover, that precious stones are not merely beautiful objects to be admired, but living repositories of magical energy. Each stone, whether it be the fiery heart of a ruby or the deep ocean depths captured within a sapphire, contains within its crystalline structure a unique pattern of magical resonance. This resonance, like the distinctive note of a perfectly tuned instrument, can amplify, focus, and channel magical energy in ways that even the most sophisticated wands struggle to match. The formation of these magical gems begins deep within the earth, where immense pressure and heat work their slow transformation over thousands of years. But it is not merely geological forces at work in these depths. The magical fields that flow through the earth like underground rivers seep into the forming crystals, becoming trapped within their lattice structure like butterflies preserved in amber. Each type of stone, depending on its mineral composition and the specific magical currents present during its formation, develops its own unique magical signature. Consider the way sunlight refracts through a perfectly cut diamond, breaking into countless rainbow fragments that dance across the walls. This same principle applies to magical energy passing through gemstones, though the effects are far more profound than mere optical beauty. A diamond's crystalline structure doesn't simply bend light, it bends magical energy itself, focusing and intensifying spells cast through or near it. This is why the most powerful protective enchantments often incorporate diamonds, their geometric perfection serving as an ideal conduit for defensive magic. The early wizarding communities discovered these properties through careful observation and experimentation. Ancient magical texts, some dating back to the founding of Hogwarts itself, describe elaborate rituals in which gemstones were used, not as mere decorations, but as essential components of complex magical workings. The famous Moonstone Chamber in the Department of Mysteries, though its exact purpose remains classified, is said to be lined entirely with moonstones whose pale luminescence responds to the phases of the moon, their magical properties waxing and waning with Luna's celestial dance. But the relationship between wizards and gemstones extends far beyond their practical applications in spellwork. Throughout magical history, precious stones have served as symbols of power, wisdom, and spiritual connection. The great wizarding families often passed down gemstone collections through generations, each stone carrying with it not only monetary value, but the accumulated magical resonance of its previous owners. These heirloom gems, worn close to the heart or carried in special pouches, would slowly attune themselves to their owner's magical signature, becoming increasingly effective as personal focusing stones. The process of this attunement is as fascinating as it is mysterious. When a wizard consistently carries or wears a particular gemstone, their magical aura gradually permeates the stone's crystalline structure. Over time, the stone begins to resonate in harmony with its owner's natural magical frequency, creating a symbiotic relationship that enhances both the wizard's abilities and the stone's inherent properties. This is why ancient gemstones, particularly those that have been in magical families for generations, are considered far more valuable than newly mined stones of similar size and clarity. Different cultures within the wizarding world have developed their own unique approaches to gemstone magic. The ancient Egyptian wizards, whose mastery of preservation magic remains unparalleled, favored the use of lapis lazuli and turquoise in their most important enchantments. The deep blue of lapis lazuli, flecked with gold like stars against a midnight sky, was believed to connect the earthly realm with the celestial sphere, making it an ideal component for spells related to eternity and preservation. Meanwhile, the protective properties of turquoise made it a favorite among those who sought to guard against curses and dark magic. In the Far East, Chinese wizards developed elaborate systems for categorizing and utilizing gemstones based on their elemental associations. Rubies, with their fiery red hearts, were considered stones of the fire element, perfect for spells involving passion, courage, and transformation. Sapphires, blue as the deepest ocean, were water stones, used in magic related to emotion, intuition, and the flowing nature of time itself. This systematic approach to gemstone magic influenced magical practices throughout Asia and eventually found its way to European wizarding communities through ancient trade routes. The medieval period saw the rise of what magical historians now call the gemstone guilds, organized societies of wizards who specialized in the study and application of precious stone magic. These guilds maintained extensive libraries detailing the properties of different gems, optimal cutting techniques to enhance magical properties, and complex formulas for combining multiple stones in single enchantments. The knowledge accumulated by these guilds became the foundation for much of our modern understanding of gemstone magic, though sadly, many of their most closely guarded secrets were lost during the various magical upheavals of the Renaissance period. One of the most remarkable aspects of gemstone magic is its stability compared to other forms of magical energy storage. While potions lose their potency over time and enchanted objects may eventually lose their magic through use or neglect, properly prepared gemstones can retain their magical charge for centuries, even millennia. This durability has made them invaluable for creating long-term magical effects and permanent enchantments. The protective wards around many ancient magical sites are powered not by renewable magical energy, but by carefully placed gemstones that continue to channel their protective influence year after year. The art of preparing gemstones for magical use is itself a complex discipline requiring years of study to master. It begins with the selection of appropriate raw stones, a process that requires not only knowledge of geological formations, but also the ability to sense the magical potential sleeping within rough, uncut gems. Master gem cutters, working in collaboration with skilled enchanters, must then carefully shape each stone to optimize its magical properties while preserving its natural beauty. The cutting process is far more intricate than the shaping of mundane jewelry. Each facet must be precisely angled to channel magical energy in the desired direction, while the overall proportions of the stone must maintain harmony with its natural crystalline structure. A poorly cut magical gemstone is not merely less effective, it can actually become dangerous, focusing magical energy in unpredictable ways that may harm both the user and anyone nearby. As we rest here in the quiet of evening, surrounded by the gentle darkness that invites reflection and dreams, we can almost feel the ancient pulse of the earth beneath us, where even now new gemstones are slowly forming in the deep places of the world. Each one will emerge in its own time, carrying within its crystal heart the potential for magic that has been building for thousands of years. The relationship between wizards and these treasures of the earth is as old as magic itself, and as we shall discover in our continuing exploration, each type of precious stone brings its own unique gifts to the practice of the magical arts. In the depths of Ollivander's shop, between the countless boxes of wands, there sits a small, locked cabinet containing a collection of gemstone-tipped wands, experimental pieces that represent the ongoing fusion of traditional wand lore with the ancient art of gemstone magic. These rare implements, combining the focusing power of carefully chosen wood with the amplifying properties of precious stones, represent perhaps the future of magical tool-making, where the wisdom of the ancients meets the innovations of the present. The study of gemstone magic reveals not just the properties of these beautiful objects, but something deeper about the nature of magic itself. Like the stones that form deep within the earth, under immense pressure and time, true magical understanding develops slowly, layer by layer, until it crystallizes into wisdom that can channel and focus the raw power of the universe. Each precious stone, in its own way, teaches us about patience, transformation, and the hidden potentials that lie waiting within all things. Tonight, as you prepare to drift into dreams, perhaps you might wonder if you could choose a single precious stone to be your magical companion, drawing from its unique properties to enhance your own natural abilities. Which gem would call to your heart, and what magical qualities would you hope to develop through that ancient partnership? Chapter 2: Diamonds and Their Protective Powers. In the heart of every diamond lies a strength that has withstood the test of eons, crystallized under pressures so immense that they transform simple carbon into the hardest natural substance known to both wizard and muggle alike. As we settle into the gentle embrace of this evening's exploration, let us discover how these brilliant gems have become the cornerstone of protective magic throughout the wizarding world, their prismatic fire serving as both shield and beacon for those who understand their ancient power. Picture yourself standing in the treasure room of an ancient wizarding manor, where centuries of magical artifacts gleam softly in the candlelight. Among the golden goblets and silver ceremonial daggers, your attention is drawn to a simple pendant resting upon black velvet, a single diamond, perfectly cut, that seems to capture and hold the dancing flames of a dozen candles within its crystalline depths. This is no mere ornament, but a guardian stone, one that has protected generations of a magical family through wars, curses, and the countless perils that threaten those who walk the path of magic. The protective properties of diamonds have been recognized by wizards for millennia, their reputation built not on folklore or superstition, but on countless documented cases of their defensive capabilities. The very structure of a diamond, carbon atoms arranged in the most perfect geometric pattern found in nature, creates a magical resonance that seems specifically attuned to deflecting harmful energies. When properly prepared and enchanted, a diamond becomes what ancient magical texts describe as a crystal fortress, an invisible barrier that surrounds its wearer with protective force. The earliest recorded use of diamonds in protective magic dates back to the founding era of magical civilization, when the great wizard, Antioch Peverell, the same Peverell, whose name would later become associated with the legendary Deathly Hallows, discovered that diamonds could be enchanted to create permanent protective shields. His breakthrough came during a particularly dangerous period when dark wizards roamed freely across the European continent, and the need for reliable magical defense had never been greater. Peverell's innovation lay not simply in recognizing the diamond's protective potential, but in understanding how to unlock it through a process he called awakening the inner fire. This complex ritual involved exposing perfectly cut diamonds to specific magical frequencies during certain phases of the moon, allowing the stone's natural crystalline structure to resonate with protective energies that would remain stable for centuries. The few diamonds prepared using Peverell's original method are considered among the most powerful protective artifacts in existence, though the complete process died with him and has never been fully reconstructed. The mechanics of diamond protection operate on several levels simultaneously, creating what magical theorists describe as a layered defense system. At the most fundamental level, the diamond's crystal lattice acts as a natural filter, separating harmful magical energies from benign ones, much as a prism separates white light into its component colors. Dark magic, with its characteristic chaotic and destructive patterns, finds it nearly impossible to pass through the ordered geometric perfection of a properly prepared diamond, while beneficial magic flows through largely unimpeded. But diamonds offer more than passive protection. When threatened, an enchanted diamond can actively redirect harmful spells, transforming the aggressor's own magical energy into a protective barrier around the intended victim. This phenomenon, known as sympathetic reflection, has saved countless lives throughout magical history. The diamond essentially captures the incoming curse or hex, processes it through its crystalline matrix, and releases it as a defensive shield that uses the attacker's own power against them. Consider the famous case of Cordelia Blackthorne, a witch who lived during the turbulent 17th century when witch trials plagued both the magical and non-magical worlds. Blackthorne wore a diamond brooch that had been in her family for 3 generations, a simple piece that appeared to be nothing more than an elegant accessory. When she was cornered by a group of dark wizards intent on claiming her considerable magical library, the diamond activated its protective properties in a display that witnesses described as brilliant as the sun itself. The attacking spells struck the diamond and were transformed into a dome of silvery light that surrounded Blackthorne, allowing her to escape unharmed, while her attackers were left temporarily blinded by the reflected brilliance of their own magic. The creation of protective diamond jewelry requires a collaboration between master jewelers and skilled enchanters, each bringing their own expertise to the delicate process. The jeweler must cut the diamond with mathematical precision, ensuring that each facet is angled to optimize the flow of magical energy through the stone. Too shallow, and the magic will not properly penetrate the crystal structure. Too deep, and the energy will become trapped, potentially causing the diamond to crack under the pressure of accumulated magic. Meanwhile, the enchanter must weave protective spells into the very atoms of the diamond, a process that can take months to complete properly. Each layer of enchantment must be allowed to settle and stabilize before the next is added, much like the slow growth of the diamond itself over geological ages. The most powerful protective diamonds bear enchantments that were added over periods of years, with each successive layer building upon and strengthening those that came before. The famous Ravenclaw diadem, though primarily known for its association with wisdom and knowledge, also incorporated diamonds in its construction specifically for their protective properties. The diadem's creator understood that true wisdom often comes with danger, as those who seek forbidden knowledge frequently find themselves the targets of dark forces. The diamonds embedded within the diadem served as guardians for the wearer's mind, protecting against mental intrusion and psychic attack, while allowing the beneficial effects of the artifact's knowledge-enhancing magic to flow freely. Different types of diamond cuts have been developed over the centuries to optimize specific aspects of protective magic. The Phoenix cut, developed during the Renaissance period, features a complex pattern of facets designed to create a magical resonance similar to that of phoenix feathers. Diamonds cut in this style are particularly effective against curses involving fire or transformation magic. The Guardian's Cross cut, favored by Aurors and other magical law enforcement officers, creates a 4-pointed star pattern that provides balanced protection against all forms of magical attack. Perhaps the most legendary protective diamond in wizarding history was the Heart of Merlin, a stone of extraordinary size and clarity that was said to have been cut from a single massive diamond found in the deepest caves of Scotland. This remarkable gem, roughly the size of a chicken's egg and perfectly transparent, was enchanted with protective magic so powerful that merely being in its presence was said to render one immune to all forms of dark magic. The Heart of Merlin served as the centerpiece of the earliest version of magical Britain's protective wards, before it mysteriously disappeared during the chaos of the medieval period. The protective power of diamonds extends beyond personal defense to encompass entire buildings and even magical communities. Many of the great wizarding houses of Europe feature diamonds embedded in their walls, floor tiles, and window frames as permanent protective elements. Hogwarts Castle itself contains numerous diamonds worked into its ancient stonework, their presence contributing to the overall protective enchantments that have kept the school safe for over 1,000 years. These structural diamonds, while individually small, work together to create an interconnected network of protection that reinforces the castle's other defensive measures. The process of maintaining protective diamonds requires regular attention from qualified magical practitioners. Like any powerful magical artifact, protective diamonds can become clouded over time as they absorb and neutralize hostile magic directed against their wearers. This accumulation of dark energy can eventually interfere with the diamond's ability to function properly, requiring a cleansing ritual to restore the stone to its full protective capacity. Master enchanters recommend that heavily used protective diamonds be cleansed at least once per year, preferably during the winter solstice, when the natural magical energies are at their most stable. The ethical considerations surrounding protective diamonds have long been a subject of debate within wizarding society. Unlike diamonds mined by muggles for purely aesthetic purposes, magically active diamonds must be harvested using methods that preserve their natural magical properties. This often requires working with creatures such as dragons, whose hoards frequently contain diamonds of exceptional magical quality, or delving into dangerous magical locations where natural diamond formations have been exposed to intense magical fields over extended periods. The Goblin Nation has historically controlled much of the trade in magically active diamonds, their natural affinity for working with precious metals and stones, making them ideally suited to both mining and preparing these valuable gems. The complex relationship between wizards and goblins has often centered around access to these resources, with various treaties and agreements governing the terms under which protective diamonds can be acquired and processed. Modern magical theory suggests that the protective properties of diamonds may be linked to their unique position as the most perfectly ordered form of carbon found in nature. This geometric perfection creates what researchers call a harmonic stability that resists the chaotic influences typically associated with dark magic. Some theoretical enchanters have proposed that it might be possible to create synthetic diamonds with even greater protective properties by using magic to enhance their natural crystalline structure, though such experiments remain largely theoretical. In the Department of Mysteries, researchers continue to study the deepest secrets of diamond magic, seeking to understand why these particular gems possess such remarkable defensive capabilities. Their work, shrouded in the same secrecy that surrounds all activities within that enigmatic department, may eventually lead to breakthroughs that could revolutionize magical protection, though any such discoveries remain carefully guarded state secrets. As we rest in the quiet comfort of this evening, surrounded by the gentle darkness that brings peace and reflection, we can imagine the countless diamonds that even now stand watch over sleeping wizards around the world. These silent guardians, their brilliant faces catching and reflecting whatever light remains, continue their eternal vigil against the forces that will bring harm to those they protect. Each diamond, whether set in an elaborate pendant or worked into the very stones of an ancient castle, carries within its crystal heart the same fundamental promise, that light will always triumph over darkness, that order will stand against chaos, and that those who walk in the path of goodness need never face the perils of magic alone. Tomorrow's sunrise will find these diamond guardians as ready as ever to fulfill their protective purpose, their faceted faces turned toward the light, prepared to transform any threat into the very shield that will preserve the lives and dreams of those they guard. In this eternal dance between light and shadow, between protection and peril, diamonds remain the unchanging constant, as enduring as the love that first moved their creators to fashion them into shields for the innocent and the brave. As you settle into the approaching embrace of sleep, perhaps you might consider, what precious memories or dreams would you entrust to the protection of a diamond guardian, and how might the knowledge that such protection exists change the way you face the uncertainties of tomorrow? Chapter 3. The Emotional Magic of Rubies. Deep within the crimson heart of every ruby, burns a fire that has captured the imagination of wizards since the dawn of magic itself. These magnificent stones, with their rich red depths that seem to pulse with inner flame, have long been recognized as the most powerful conduits for magic involving the human heart, courage, passion, love, and the fierce strength that comes from deep emotional conviction. As we gather in this quiet moment between day and night, let us explore how rubies have shaped the emotional landscape of the wizarding world, their scarlet brilliance serving as both catalyst and guardian for the most powerful forces of the human spirit. Imagine yourself in the dimly lit chambers of an ancient love temple, where generations of star-crossed lovers have come seeking the blessing of ruby magic. The walls are lined with alcoves, each containing a ruby of different size and hue, from the deep wine-red stones of mature passion to the bright scarlet gems that pulse with the energy of first love. The air itself seems to shimmer with warmth, as if the very presence of so many rubies has kindled an invisible fire that touches the heart of every visitor who enters this sacred space. The magical properties of rubies spring from their unique chemical composition, aluminum oxide colored by traces of chromium that give the stone its characteristic red hue. But it is not merely the chromium that creates the ruby's emotional resonance. It is the way this element interacts with the stone's crystalline structure to create what ancient magical texts describe as harmonic frequencies of the heart. These frequencies naturally attune themselves to the emotional centers of human consciousness, amplifying feelings of courage, strengthening bonds of love, and awakening the passionate fires that drive great deeds and noble sacrifices. The earliest magical practitioners recognized that rubies possessed an almost uncanny ability to respond to the emotional state of their wielders. A ruby worn by someone filled with righteous anger would glow with an inner fire, while the same stone, when held by someone deep in the throes of romantic love, would pulse with a gentle, warm radiance that seemed to echo the rhythm of a beating heart. This responsiveness made rubies invaluable not only for enhancing positive emotions, but also for serving as emotional barometers, warning their wearers when negative feelings threatened to overwhelm their better judgment. The legendary Ruby of Gryffindor, though its current whereabouts remain a mystery, was said to be the finest example of a ruby prepared specifically for enhancing courage. Godric Gryffindor himself commissioned this remarkable stone from the finest magical jewelers of his era, seeking to create an artifact that would inspire bravery in those who most needed it. The ruby was cut in a unique pattern called the Lion's Heart, a complex arrangement of facets designed to capture and amplify the magical signatures associated with valor, determination, and the willingness to stand against overwhelming odds. Historical accounts describe how the Ruby of Gryffindor was used during the most desperate battles of the early Wizarding Wars. Knights and warriors would hold the stone before charging into battle, drawing strength from its crimson fire to overcome their natural fear and fight with the fierce courage of lions. The ruby's influence was said to be so powerful that even the most timid individuals could find themselves transformed into heroes when they carried its blessing into combat. But perhaps the most famous application of ruby magic lies in its ability to strengthen and deepen the bonds of true love. The practice of exchanging ruby rings as tokens of commitment predates the use of gold bands by several centuries, rooted in the understanding that these stones could literally enhance the emotional connection between two people. When two individuals each wear a ruby that has been specially prepared and enchanted, the stones create what magical theorists call a sympathetic resonance, allowing the wearers to sense each other's emotional states across great distances. The process of creating paired love rubies is one of the most delicate and complex rituals in all of magical gemstone preparation. The procedure begins with the selection of two rubies that have formed within the same geological structure. Master enchanters then work for months to synchronize the magical properties of the stones, weaving spells that bind their essences together while preserving the individual character of each gem. The final step involves a ceremony in which the intended wearers must simultaneously touch both stones while declaring their commitment to one another, sealing the magical bond that will connect their hearts across time and distance. The effects of properly prepared love rubies are both profound and enduring, Couples who wear such stones report not only an enhanced ability to sense their partner's emotions, but also a deepening of their own capacity for love and empathy. The rubies seem to act as emotional amplifiers, taking the natural affection between two people and magnifying it until it becomes a force powerful enough to overcome almost any obstacle. Many of the great love stories in wizarding history involve couples who wore paired rubies, their devotion strengthened and sustained by the magical properties of these remarkable stones. One of the most touching examples involves the star-crossed lovers, Elisara Blackwood and Marcus Greengrass, whose families had been feuding for generations. Despite the bitter animosity between their houses, the young couple found themselves drawn together by a love that seemed to transcend all earthly considerations. When they secretly exchanged ruby rings prepared by a sympathetic enchanter, the magical bond created by the stones proved stronger than the hatred that divided their families. The rubies allowed them to communicate their love across the barriers of family opposition, and their emotional connection eventually became so powerful that it began to influence those around them. Family members who came into contact with the couple found their own anger and resentment gradually melting away, replaced by the warm influence of the ruby-enhanced love that surrounded Elisara and Marcus like a protective aura. Ruby magic extends beyond romantic love to encompass all forms of deep emotional connection. Friendship rubies, typically smaller stones worn as pendants or embedded in rings, help strengthen the bonds between close companions, ensuring that their relationships remain strong even when tested by time and distance. Parent-child rubies, usually passed down through generations, maintain the emotional connection between family members, allowing parents to sense when their children are in danger or distress, regardless of how far apart they may be. The preparation of rubies for emotional magic requires not only technical skill, but also a deep understanding of human psychology and the complex nature of emotional bonds. The enchanter must carefully calibrate the stone's magical properties to match the specific type of emotional enhancement desired, whether it be the fierce courage needed for battle, the gentle warmth of familial love, or the passionate fire of romantic attachment. Too little enchantment and the ruby will have minimal effect. Too much, and the enhanced emotions may become overwhelming, potentially damaging the very relationships the stone was meant to strengthen. The famous ruby chambers beneath the Ministry of Magic house one of the world's most extensive collections of magically prepared rubies, including examples of every known variety of emotional enhancement stone. These chambers serve both as a repository of magical knowledge and as a testing ground for new developments in ruby magic. Ministry researchers continue to explore the potential applications of ruby magic in healing emotional trauma, treating conditions such as chronic fear, depression, and the emotional numbness that sometimes follows exposure to dark magic. One of the most intriguing recent discoveries involves the use of rubies in treating victims of the Dementor's kiss. While the primary effect of this terrible curse cannot be reversed, researchers have found that specially prepared rubies can help restore some measure of emotional capacity to the victims, allowing them to experience again the basic feelings of warmth, comfort, and human connection. This breakthrough offers hope to the families of kiss victims, providing a way to maintain some form of emotional bond with their loved ones, even after such a devastating magical attack. The mining and preparation of magical rubies presents unique challenges that set it apart from the harvesting of other precious stones. Rubies with the highest emotional magical potential are typically found in locations where intense emotional events have occurred. Ancient battlefields where heroes died for noble causes, sites of great romantic encounters, or places where significant acts of courage and sacrifice have taken place. The emotional residue of these events seems to seep into the surrounding rock, creating rubies that are naturally attuned to the frequencies of human emotion. Dragon-hoarded rubies are considered among the most magically potent, as the intense emotions associated with the dragon's territorial instincts and protective nature become absorbed into the stones over centuries of close contact. However, obtaining such rubies requires either negotiating with the dragon, a process that is both dangerous and expensive, or waiting for the dragon's natural death, which may not occur for hundreds of years. As a result, dragon-hoarded rubies command astronomical prices and are typically owned only by the wealthiest magical families or the most important magical institutions. The ethical considerations surrounding ruby magic are particularly complex due to the intimate nature of emotional manipulation. Many magical societies have developed strict codes governing the use of rubies to influence the emotions of others, with particular emphasis on ensuring that such magic is used only with the full knowledge and consent of all parties involved. The use of rubies to artificially create or enhance romantic attraction without the awareness of the target is considered one of the most serious forms of magical assault in many wizarding legal systems. Modern magical theory suggests that the emotional effects of ruby magic may be more complex than previously understood. Rather than simply amplifying existing emotions, rubies may actually help individuals access deeper levels of their emotional nature, bringing to the surface feelings and capacities that were already present but suppressed or undeveloped. This understanding has led to new therapeutic applications of ruby magic, with trained healers using carefully prepared stones to help patients overcome emotional blockages and develop healthier patterns of feeling and relating to others. The connection between rubies and courage has inspired generations of aurors, who often carry small ruby chips in their official badges as sources of strength during dangerous missions. These tiny stones, while not as powerful as larger rubies, provide just enough emotional reinforcement to help law enforcement wizards maintain their resolve when facing dark wizards and dangerous magical creatures. The tradition of ruby-bearing Auror badges dates back to the formation of the modern Auror program and continues to this day, with each new graduate receiving a badge prepared with a ruby that has been blessed by their instructors and imbued with the collective courage of all who have served before them. As we rest here in the gentle quiet of evening, surrounded by the soft darkness that invites contemplation and peace, we can almost feel the warm glow of ruby magic reaching across the centuries to touch our own hearts. These stones, with their deep red fire and their profound connection to the most fundamental aspects of human emotion, remind us that magic is not merely about power or knowledge, but about the feelings that give life its meaning and purpose. In their crimson depths, we see reflected all the love, courage, and passion that make the magical world a place worth protecting and preserving. The rubies that rest in treasure rooms and jewelry boxes around the world continue to pulse with their ancient magic, ready to kindle the fires of courage in the hearts of heroes, to strengthen the bonds of love between devoted partners, and to remind us all that the greatest magic is not found in complex spells or powerful artifacts, but in the simple, profound emotions that connect one heart to another across all the barriers that might otherwise divide us. As you prepare to surrender to the peaceful embrace of sleep, perhaps you might wonder, what emotion would you most want to strengthen within your own heart? And how might the warm, encouraging fire of a ruby help you become more fully the person you aspire to be? Chapter 4: Sapphires and the Gift of Wisdom. In the deep blue depths of a perfectly formed sapphire lies a tranquility that mirrors the vast expanse of both ocean and sky, a crystalline repository of wisdom that has guided seekers of knowledge for millennia. These magnificent stones, with their serene azure brilliance that seems to hold the very essence of contemplation itself, have long served as companions to scholars, seers, and all those who seek to understand the deeper mysteries of existence. As we settle into this peaceful evening hour, let us explore how sapphires have become the guardians of wisdom throughout the magical world, their celestial blue radiance illuminating the path to knowledge and understanding. Picture yourself in the ancient library of Rowena Ravenclaw, where towering shelves of leather-bound tomes stretch toward a ceiling painted with constellations that slowly shift and change to reflect the actual night sky above. At the heart of this sanctuary of learning sits a reading table carved from a single piece of ancient oak, and at its center rests a sapphire of extraordinary size and clarity. This stone, known as the Scholar's Eye, has watched over countless generations of students and researchers, its deep blue surface seeming to pulse gently with an inner light that grows brighter whenever profound insights are gained, or difficult problems finally yield their solutions. The magical properties of sapphires spring from their unique crystalline structure and the trace elements that give them their characteristic blue color. Like their ruby cousins, sapphires are formed from aluminum oxide, but where rubies gain their fiery red from chromium, sapphires owe their serene blue to titanium and iron. This different elemental composition creates magical resonances that are fundamentally different from those of other precious stones, frequencies that naturally align with the mental processes associated with clear thinking, deep contemplation, and the patient accumulation of wisdom over time. The earliest magical scholars discovered that sapphires possessed a remarkable ability to enhance mental clarity and focus. A student struggling with a particularly complex magical theory would find that simply holding a small sapphire while studying could help organize their thoughts and reveal connections that had previously remained hidden. The stone seemed to act as a lens for the mind, bringing fuzzy concepts into sharp relief and helping the thinker distinguish between essential truths and distracting details. This property led to the development of what became known as sapphire schools throughout the magical world, institutions of learning where these precious stones were integrated into every aspect of education. Classroom walls were embedded with small sapphires that helped maintain an atmosphere of focused concentration, while larger stones were placed in libraries and study halls to enhance the mental capabilities of all who entered. The most advanced students were given personal sapphires, carefully attuned to their individual learning patterns and intellectual strengths, to serve as permanent companions in their pursuit of knowledge. The legendary sapphire of eternal questions, housed in the Department of Mysteries, represents perhaps the most perfect example of a stone prepared specifically for the pursuit of wisdom. This remarkable gem, roughly the size of a child's fist, and possessing a blue so deep it seems to contain entire galaxies within its depths, has the unique property of generating questions rather than providing answers. Researchers who gaze into its surface find themselves confronted with profound inquiries they had never before considered, each question leading to new avenues of investigation and discovery. The Sapphire of Eternal Questions has been credited with inspiring some of the most significant breakthrough discoveries in magical theory, though the department's strict secrecy policies prevent the public from knowing the specific details of these achievements. The connection between sapphires and divination has been recognized since ancient times, when seers discovered that these stones could enhance their natural abilities to perceive future possibilities and hidden truths. The clear, tranquil energy of a sapphire seems to calm the mental turbulence that often interferes with prophetic vision, allowing the diviner's consciousness to achieve the state of receptive serenity necessary for accurate predictions. Many of the great prophecies recorded in magical history were received by seers working with sapphire-enhanced crystal balls or gazing into the polished surface of large sapphire plates. Professor Trelawney's own crystal ball, though she may not realize it, contains a small sapphire embedded in its base, a modification made by a previous divination professor who understood the stone's power to clarify prophetic visions. This hidden sapphire helps to stabilize the chaotic energies that often surround Trelawney's more dramatic predictions, filtering out the theatrical embellishments and allowing the genuine prophetic content to shine through more clearly. The preparation of sapphires for enhancing wisdom and learning requires a subtly different approach from that used for other magical gems. Rather than dramatic enchantments or complex ritual preparations, sapphires respond best to gentle, patient cultivation of their natural properties. Master enchanters working with sapphires often spend years slowly building up the stone's capacity to enhance mental clarity, adding layer upon layer of carefully crafted spells that work together to create an environment of perfect intellectual focus around the finished gem. The process typically begins with what is known as the clearing ritual, in which the sapphire is exposed to the light of the full moon while being slowly rotated on a pedestal of white marble. This exposure helps to align the stone's natural frequencies with the cosmic forces associated with wisdom and illumination. Over the following months, the enchanter adds successive layers of mental enhancement spells, each one designed to work in harmony with those that came before, building a complex magical matrix that can respond to and amplify the intellectual needs of the stone's eventual user. One of the most fascinating aspects of sapphire magic is its ability to adapt to the specific learning style and intellectual strengths of individual users. A sapphire that has been properly prepared and then regularly used by a particular scholar will gradually attune itself to that person's unique patterns of thought and reasoning. Over time, the stone becomes increasingly effective at providing exactly the type of mental enhancement that its user needs most, whether that be improved memory, enhanced analytical ability, or greater creative insight. The famous sapphires of the unspeakables represent the pinnacle of this adaptive process. Each researcher in the Department of Mysteries is provided with a personal sapphire that has been specifically prepared to complement their area of study and individual intellectual profile. These stones, worn continuously during working hours, become so closely attuned to their users that they can actually anticipate intellectual needs, beginning to provide mental enhancement before the researcher is even consciously aware that they require assistance. The bond between Unspeakable and Sapphire becomes so intimate that retirement from the department typically involves a formal release ceremony in which the magical connection is carefully severed to prevent the stone from continuing to influence its former user's thoughts. Sapphires have also played a crucial role in the development of magical communication systems. The clear, stable energy of these stones makes them ideal for maintaining long-distance mental connections between individuals, leading to the creation of paired sapphire communication devices that predate the invention of two-way mirrors by several centuries. These sapphire communicators, typically fashioned as matching pendants or rings, allow wearers to share thoughts and even visual images across vast distances, making them invaluable tools for coordinating magical research projects and maintaining contact between scattered members of scholarly organizations. The process of creating paired sapphire communicators requires two stones that have been formed in the same geological conditions and possess nearly identical magical signatures. Master enchanters must then carefully synchronize the stone's frequencies while weaving complex spells that create stable channels for mental communication. The resulting devices are capable of maintaining clear contact across continents, though the mental energy required to operate them means they are typically used only for brief communications or emergency situations. The great magical libraries of the world have long incorporated sapphires into their architectural design and organizational systems. The Library of Alexandria, before its tragic destruction, featured reading tables embedded with sapphires that helped scholars maintain focus during long research sessions. The Vatican's secret magical archives employ sapphire-enhanced filing systems that respond to researchers' mental queries by guiding them to relevant documents and materials. Even Hogwarts Library, though it may appear to operate on conventional principles, actually incorporates numerous small sapphires into its book sorting and retrieval systems, helping students find the resources they need for their studies. Modern magical education has embraced sapphire technology in increasingly sophisticated ways. Many contemporary wizarding schools use sapphire-enhanced quills that help students organize their thoughts while writing essays, ensuring that their ideas flow logically and coherently onto the parchment. Advanced students preparing for new examinations often use sapphire study aids that help them retain and recall vast amounts of information, though strict regulations govern their use to prevent unfair advantages during actual testing. The therapeutic applications of sapphire magic have shown particular promise in treating conditions that affect mental clarity and cognitive function. Healers at St. Mungo's have developed sapphire-based treatments for patients suffering from memory loss due to magical accidents or curse damage. These treatments involve carefully controlled exposure to sapphire energy, which helps to rebuild damaged neural pathways and restore the patient's capacity for clear thinking and memory formation. The mining and preparation of magical sapphires requires locations where contemplative activities have taken place over long periods of time. Ancient monasteries, abandoned libraries, and sites of great philosophical debates often yield sapphires with enhanced wisdom-related properties. The most prized sapphires come from locations where significant intellectual breakthroughs have occurred, as these stones seem to absorb and retain the mental energy associated with moments of profound understanding and insight. The ethical considerations surrounding sapphire magic center primarily on questions of intellectual autonomy and the nature of genuine wisdom. Critics argue that using magical enhancement to improve mental capabilities creates an artificial form of intelligence that lacks the depth and character that comes from natural intellectual development. Supporters counter that sapphires merely help individuals access their existing mental potential more fully, removing barriers and distractions rather than providing knowledge or insights that are not already present in some form. Contemporary magical research continues to explore new applications of sapphire magic, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence and magical automation. Researchers are investigating the possibility of creating sapphire-enhanced magical devices that could assist with complex calculations, data analysis, and even independent research activities. These developments raise fascinating questions about the nature of consciousness and intelligence, as well as the potential for creating truly thinking magical artifacts. The connection between sapphires and astronomical magic has led to their incorporation into many of the magical instruments used for studying celestial phenomena. The Great Observatory at the International Magical Cooperation Headquarters employs sapphire-enhanced telescopes that help astronomers perceive magical emanations from distant stars and planets, while the Department of Mysteries uses sapphire-based instruments to study the magical properties of time itself. As we rest here in the gentle quiet of this evening, surrounded by the peaceful darkness that encourages contemplation and reflection, we can imagine the countless sapphires that even now pulse with their serene blue light in libraries and study halls around the magical world. These stones, with their deep connection to the pursuit of knowledge and understanding, continue their eternal vigil over the accumulated wisdom of centuries, ready to assist any seeker who approaches them with genuine curiosity and respect for learning. The sapphires embedded in the walls of ancient libraries seem to whisper with the voices of all the scholars who have worked beneath their calming influence, their blue radiance carrying the accumulated insights of generations of seekers after truth. In their depths, we see reflected not only our own capacity for wisdom, but also the infinite nature of knowledge itself, always expanding, always revealing new mysteries to explore and understand. Tomorrow will bring new questions to ponder and new insights to discover, and the sapphires will be there, as they always have been, patient and eternal guardians of the quest for understanding. In their steady blue light, we find both comfort and challenge. Comfort in knowing that wisdom is always available to those who seek it sincerely, and challenge in the recognition that true understanding requires not just intelligence, but also humility, patience, and the courage to question even our most cherished beliefs. As you prepare to drift into the peaceful realm of dreams, perhaps you might reflect, what question would you most like to understand more deeply, and how might the patient illuminating presence of a sapphire guide you toward the wisdom you seek? Chapter 5. Emeralds and the Power of Growth. Within the verdant depths of every emerald pulses the very essence of life itself, a green fire that captures the eternal rhythm of growth, renewal, and the endless cycle of death and rebirth that governs all living things. These magnificent stones, with their rich forest hues that seem to contain the concentrated essence of every growing thing from the smallest herb to the mightiest oak, have served for millennia as bridges between the mineral world and the realm of living magic. As we settle into this tranquil evening hour, let us explore how emeralds have become the guardians of growth and healing throughout the wizarding world, their living green radiance nurturing both body and spirit in ways that continue to marvel even the most experienced magical healers. Imagine yourself standing in the greenhouse at Hogwarts, surrounded by the gentle sounds of growing things, the whisper of leaves unfurling, the soft rustle of vines reaching toward the enchanted ceiling, and the almost inaudible hum of magical plants, drawing nutrients from their carefully prepared soil. At the heart of this verdant sanctuary stands an ancient potting bench, and embedded within its worn wooden surface is a collection of emeralds of various sizes, their green surfaces catching and reflecting the warm light that filters down from above. These stones, placed there by generations of herbology professors, pulse with a gentle rhythm that matches the heartbeat of the greenhouse itself, their presence encouraging every plant within their radius to grow stronger, healthier, and more potent in their magical properties. The magical properties of emeralds arise from their unique position as beryl crystals colored by traces of chromium and vanadium, the same elements that give life to the chlorophyll in plant leaves. This shared chemistry creates a natural resonance between emeralds and all living things, a harmony that allows the stones to channel and amplify the fundamental forces of growth, healing, and regeneration. Ancient magical texts describe emeralds as crystallized life force, repositories of the same energy that drives seeds to sprout, wounds to heal, and creatures to flourish and multiply. The earliest magical practitioners discovered that emeralds possessed an almost miraculous ability to enhance the healing properties of herbs and potions. A simple healing draught, when prepared in a cauldron that contained even a small emerald chip, would prove far more effective than the same potion brewed under normal conditions. The stones seem to awaken and concentrate the latent healing energies within the magical ingredients, creating medicines of extraordinary potency and effectiveness. This discovery led to the establishment of the great emerald healing houses that once dotted the magical landscape of medieval Europe. These institutions, part hospital and part monastery, were built around central healing chambers lined entirely with emeralds of every size and hue. Patients who entered these chambers found that their natural healing processes were dramatically accelerated, with wounds closing in hours rather than days, and illnesses that might normally prove fatal yielding to the concentrated life force channeled through the surrounding stones. The legendary Emerald of Eternal Spring, said to have been discovered in the deepest roots of the Whooping Willow's ancestor tree, represents perhaps the most perfect example of an emerald prepared specifically for healing and growth magic. This remarkable stone, described in ancient texts as being green as the first leaf of spring and clear as morning dew, possessed the ability to restore life to seemingly dead or dying magical plants. Healers would place the emerald near patients whose conditions seemed hopeless, and witnesses reported seeing the stone's green radiance slowly spread through the patient's body, rekindling the spark of life that illness or injury had nearly extinguished. The connection between emeralds and the magical properties of plants has made these stones invaluable in the practice of herbology. Master herbologists often carry emerald-tipped wands or wear emerald amulets when working with their most delicate or dangerous specimens, finding that the stones help them communicate with and understand the needs of their botanical charges. Plants grown under the influence of emerald magic develop stronger magical properties, more potent healing compounds, and greater resistance to disease and magical corruption. Professor Sprout herself, though she may not openly discuss it, wears a small emerald brooch that has been in her family for generations. This humble ornament, passed down through a long line of herbologists and healers, enhances her natural affinity for plant magic and helps her sense the health and needs of every specimen under her care. Students who pay careful attention may notice that plants seem to grow more vigorously when Professor Sprout is working nearby, responding to the gentle influence of her emerald companion. The preparation of emeralds for healing and growth magic requires a deep understanding of natural cycles and biological processes. Unlike the dramatic enchantments used with other precious stones, emeralds respond best to gentle, nurturing treatment that mirrors the patient cultivation required for successful gardening. Master enchanters working with emeralds often spend months allowing the stones to absorb the energies of growing plants, placing them in herb gardens during the full growing season so they can attune themselves to the rhythms of life and growth. The process typically begins during the spring equinox, when the forces of growth and renewal are at their strongest. The emerald is buried in rich, fertile soil alongside seeds of magical plants, allowing both stone and seeds to germinate together in a process that magical theorists call sympathetic development. As the plants grow around and through the emerald's influence, the stone gradually absorbs and concentrates their life force, becoming increasingly effective as a focus for growth and healing magic. One of the most remarkable aspects of emerald magic is its ability to work at the cellular level, actually encouraging the regeneration of damaged tissue and the restoration of healthy biological function. Healers working with emerald-enhanced treatments report success in treating conditions that had previously been considered incurable, from nerve damage caused by curse exposure to the cellular corruption associated with prolonged contact with dark magic. The emerald's influence seems to remind damaged cells of their original healthy state, encouraging them to return to proper function through a process that resembles accelerated natural healing. The famous Emerald Ward at St. Mungo's Hospital represents the pinnacle of healing emerald applications. This specialized treatment facility features walls lined with emeralds of every variety, from the pale green stones that specialize in treating minor ailments to the deep forest green gems reserved for the most serious cases. Patients admitted to the Emerald Ward find themselves surrounded by a constant, gentle flow of healing energy that works around the clock to restore their health and vitality. The ward's centerpiece is the Great Emerald, a stone of legendary size and clarity that serves as the heart of the entire healing system. This magnificent gem, roughly the size of a pumpkin and possessed of a green so vivid it seems to glow with inner fire, channels healing energy throughout the entire ward, while serving as a focal point for the most complex and delicate healing procedures. Healers working with the Great Emerald report that they can sense the life force of every patient in the ward, allowing them to direct healing energy precisely where it is needed most. Emeralds have also played a crucial role in the development of magical agriculture and the cultivation of food crops in the wizarding world. Farming families often pass down emerald amulets through generations, using these stones to ensure bountiful harvests and protect their crops from disease and magical pests. The influence of emerald magic can dramatically increase crop yields while improving the nutritional and magical properties of the resulting food, making these stones invaluable resources for communities that depend on magical agriculture for their survival. The process of creating agricultural emeralds involves a year-long ritual that begins with the planting of the previous year's crop and continues through the complete growing cycle. The emerald is carried through every stage of agricultural work, from the initial plowing and planting to the final harvest and storage of crops. This extended exposure to the rhythms of agricultural life attunes the stone to the specific needs of farming magic, making it an ideal tool for enhancing crop growth and protecting against agricultural disasters. Modern magical research has revealed that emeralds may actually work by harmonizing with the electromagnetic fields that surround all living things. Every plant, animal, and person generates what magical theorists call a life aura, a complex pattern of energy that reflects their current state of health and vitality. Emeralds seem capable of reading these auras and adjusting their own magical output to provide exactly the type of healing or growth enhancement that is needed most. This discovery has led to the development of emerald diagnostic tools that can detect illness and injury before symptoms become apparent to conventional examination. Healers using emerald-enhanced diagnostic techniques can identify potential health problems weeks or even months before they would normally be noticed, allowing for preventive treatment that can avoid more serious complications later on. The ethical considerations surrounding emerald magic center primarily on questions of natural balance and the potential consequences of artificially accelerating growth and healing processes. Some magical philosophers argue that using emeralds to enhance plant growth or speed healing interferes with natural cycles and may have unforeseen long-term consequences for both individual organisms and entire ecosystems. Supporters of emerald magic counter that these stones simply help living things achieve their natural potential more fully, removing obstacles and providing support rather than forcing unnatural changes. They point to the long history of successful emerald use in healing and agriculture as evidence that these practices work in harmony with natural processes rather than against them. Contemporary emerald research focuses particularly on the stone's potential applications in treating magical ailments that affect the fundamental life force of their victims. Conditions such as the gradual vitality drain caused by prolonged exposure to dementors, or the cellular damage inflicted by certain dark curses, have shown promising responses to emerald-based treatments, though researchers emphasize that such applications require extremely careful calibration to avoid overwhelming the patient's natural healing systems. The connection between emeralds and environmental magic has also attracted increasing attention from researchers concerned with the preservation of magical ecosystems. Emerald-enhanced conservation efforts have shown remarkable success in restoring damaged magical forests and reintroducing endangered magical species to their natural habitats. The stones seem to create zones of enhanced vitality that support the recovery of weakened ecosystems while providing protection against the magical pollution that threatens many natural areas. The great magical nature preserves of the world increasingly rely on networks of carefully placed emeralds to maintain the health and balance of their protected environments. These conservation emeralds, typically large stones that have been attuned to the specific needs of their ecosystems over periods of many years, serve as anchor points for vast webs of protective and nurturing magic that extend throughout entire forests and mountain ranges. As we rest here in the gentle quiet of evening, surrounded by the peaceful darkness that encourages rest and renewal, we can almost feel the slow, steady pulse of emerald magic working throughout the natural world. These stones, with their deep connection to the forces of life and growth, continue their eternal vigil over all living things, ready to lend their strength to any creature in need of healing or renewal. The emeralds scattered throughout magical gardens and healing centers around the world pulse with the same rhythm that drives the circulation of sap in trees and the beating of hearts in living creatures. In their depths, we see reflected not only the beauty of the natural world, but also its remarkable resilience and capacity for renewal, even in the face of the most devastating injuries or setbacks. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities for growth and healing, and the emeralds will be there as they always have been, patient guardians of the life force that animates all existence. In their gentle green radiance, we find both comfort and hope. Comfort in knowing that the power of healing is always available to those who need it, and hope in the recognition that life itself possesses an almost miraculous capacity for renewal and regeneration. As you prepare to surrender to the restorative embrace of sleep, perhaps you might consider what aspect of your own life most needs the nurturing power of growth and renewal, and how might the gentle, life-giving energy of an emerald help you flourish and heal in ways you have yet to fully imagine. Chapter 6. The Mystical Properties of Pearls. Born from the depths of ancient seas, and shaped by the patient secretions of living creatures, pearls occupy a unique place in the realm of magical gemstones. They are the only precious objects created, not by geological forces, but by the deliberate action of conscious beings responding to irritation with beauty. These lustrous orbs, with their soft, moon-like radiance that seems to glow with captured starlight, have served for countless centuries as conduits for magic related to purification, emotional balance, and the mysterious depths of water itself. As we gather in this peaceful evening hour, let us explore how pearls have woven themselves into the magical traditions of the wizarding world, their gentle luminescence serving as guides through the darkest waters of both sea and soul. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of the Black Lake on a calm summer night, when the water lies still as polished glass and reflects the stars above like scattered diamonds. Beneath those quiet waters, in the deepest parts of the lake, where even the giant squid rarely ventures, lie beds of magical oysters that have been cultivating pearls for centuries under the protective eye of the mer people. These underwater treasures, formed through decades of patient layering around fragments of starlight that occasionally fall into the lake's depths, possess properties that even the most learned wizards struggle to fully understand. The magical properties of pearls arise from their unique formation process, a living creature's response to irritation, transforming discomfort into beauty through countless layers of nacre deposited over years or even decades. This process of transformation through patience and endurance creates magical resonances that naturally align with spells and enchantments related to emotional healing, spiritual purification, and the gradual transformation of negative experiences into wisdom and strength. Unlike other precious stones that draw their power from geological formation and mineral composition, pearls derive their magic from the life force of their creators and the emotional journey of their formation. Each pearl carries within its lustrous layers not only the physical secretions of its oyster or mollusk parent, but also the psychic imprint of every challenge overcome, every irritation endured, and every moment of growth that occurred during its creation. This makes every pearl a unique repository of transformative magic, with properties that reflect the specific experiences and environment in which it was formed. The ancient Mer people were the first to recognize and cultivate the magical properties of pearls, developing sophisticated underwater gardens where specially selected oysters were encouraged to create pearls of extraordinary magical potency. These merfolk pearl farms, hidden in the deepest ocean trenches and protected by powerful enchantments, produced pearls that were sought after by surface-dwelling wizards for their unmatched abilities in water magic, emotional healing, and spiritual cleansing. The legendary pearl of tidal harmony, said to be the size of a child's head and possessed of a luminescence that could illuminate an entire underwater cavern, represents the pinnacle of merfolk pearl cultivation. This extraordinary gem, created over the course of 3 centuries by a great oyster that was itself magically enhanced and protected, possessed the ability to calm the most turbulent seas and emotions with equal ease. Legends tell of storms that ceased their raging when the pearl of tidal harmony was brought to the surface, and of warriors whose battle fury dissolved into peaceful contemplation at the sight of its gentle radiance. The connection between pearls and emotional purification has made these gems invaluable in the treatment of trauma and psychological wounds. Healers discovered that patients who wore pearl jewelry or carried pearl amulets found it easier to process difficult emotions and release the negative energy associated with painful experiences. The pearl's own origin story, beauty created from irritation, serves as both metaphor and magical catalyst for the healing process, helping individuals transform their own difficulties into sources of strength and wisdom. The famous pearl therapy chambers at St. Mungo's Hospital utilize this principle on a grand scale, featuring treatment rooms lined with pearls of every size and origin. Patients suffering from severe emotional trauma, magical shock, or the psychological after effects of curse damage find that the gentle rhythmic energy of the surrounding pearls helps to soothe their troubled minds and restore emotional equilibrium. The treatment process is gradual and gentle, mimicking the slow, patient way in which pearls themselves are formed, allowing healing to occur at a natural pace that respects the complexity of psychological recovery. The preparation of pearls for magical use requires a fundamentally different approach from that used with other precious stones. Rather than dramatic enchantments or complex rituals, pearls respond best to gentle meditative practices that honor their origins in living creatures and emotional transformation. Master enchanters working with pearls often spend months in contemplative communion with the stones, allowing their own emotional experiences to resonate with and enhance the pearl's natural properties. The process typically begins with what is known as the honoring ritual, in which the enchanter acknowledges the sacrifice of the creature that created the pearl and expresses gratitude for the gift of its transformative journey. This recognition creates a spiritual connection between the enchanter and the pearl that forms the foundation for all subsequent magical work. Over time, the enchanter adds layers of gentle enchantments that work in harmony with the pearl's natural properties, building magical capabilities that feel organic and integrated rather than imposed from without. One of the most remarkable aspects of pearl magic is its ability to work with water in all its forms, from the vast oceans to the tears of sorrow and joy that marked important moments in human experience. Tears shed in the presence of activated pearls often crystallize into tiny pearls themselves, creating powerful talismans that carry the emotional energy of significant life moments. These tear pearls are considered among the most potent magical objects for emotional healing and spiritual transformation, though they can only be created through genuine, deeply felt emotion and cannot be artificially produced. The ancient practice of pearl weeping, once common among the magical nobility, involved the deliberate cultivation of these tear pearls during moments of profound emotional experience. Families would pass down collections of tear pearls through generations, each one representing a moment of great joy, sorrow, or transformation in their ancestral history. These family pearl collections served as both treasures and spiritual repositories, containing the accumulated emotional wisdom of entire bloodlines. Pearls have also played a crucial role in the development of magical purification systems and cleansing rituals. The stone's natural association with water and their symbolic connection to purity through transformation make them ideal components for spells designed to remove magical contamination, cleanse cursed objects, or purify spaces that have been corrupted by dark magic. Many of the great magical buildings of the world incorporate pearls into their architectural design, specifically for these protective and purifying properties. The Fountain of Magical Cleansing at the Ministry of Magic features a centerpiece made from a single enormous black pearl that was cultivated specifically for purification work. This remarkable gem, known as the Ministry Pearl, has the ability to detect and neutralize traces of dark magic in the water that flows through the fountain system, ensuring that anyone who drinks from or bathes in the fountain's waters receives not only physical refreshment, but also magical cleansing that removes the lingering effects of exposure to corrupted magic. Modern magical research has revealed that pearls may work by harmonizing with the natural electrical fields generated by living nervous systems. The nacre layers that form the pearl's structure create a complex electromagnetic pattern that resonates with the bioelectric activity of the brain and nervous system, helping to stabilize emotional states and promote the kind of calm, centered awareness that facilitates healing and transformation. This discovery has led to the development of pearl-based treatments for conditions such as anxiety, depression, and the emotional instability that sometimes follows magical accidents or curse exposure. Patients using pearl therapy report not only symptom relief, but also a gradual increase in their ability to process and integrate difficult experiences, suggesting that the pearls help to strengthen the mind's natural resilience and adaptive capabilities. The diving and cultivation of magical pearls presents unique challenges that require cooperation between surface-dwelling wizards and the various aquatic peoples who control the ocean depths. The merpeople, selkies, and other water-dwelling magical beings have long maintained strict treaties governing the harvesting of pearls from their territories, recognizing both the value of these gems and the delicate ecological balance required to maintain healthy pearl-producing populations. The most prized pearls come from oysters that have been cultivated in areas of high magical activity, where the constant presence of magical energy enhances both the size and potency of the resulting gems. The pearl beds near underwater magical communities, where generations of water-dwelling wizards have practiced their arts, produce pearls with extraordinary magical properties that can command prices rivaling those of the finest diamonds or rubies. The ethical considerations surrounding pearl magic are particularly complex due to the living nature of pearl creation. Many magical societies have developed strict guidelines governing the treatment of pearl-producing creatures, ensuring that they are cared for properly throughout the pearl formation process and that their sacrifice is honored appropriately. The practice of sustainable pearl cultivation has become increasingly important as demand for magical pearls has grown, with pearl farmers working to maintain healthy populations of their oyster and mollusk stocks. Contemporary pearl research focuses particularly on the stone's potential applications in treating the psychological effects of magical warfare and the trauma associated with exposure to dark magic. Pearl's natural ability to transform negative experiences into sources of strength makes them ideal tools for helping victims of magical violence recover their emotional stability and reclaim their sense of personal power. The connection between pearls and lunar magic has also attracted increasing attention from researchers studying the relationship between emotional cycles and magical phenomena. Pearls seem to resonate particularly strongly with the phases of the moon, with their purifying and transformative properties waxing and waning in harmony with Luna's celestial dance. This lunar connection has led to the development of pearl-based rituals and treatments that are specifically timed to coincide with optimal lunar conditions. The great magical observatories of the world often incorporate pearl elements into their lunar observation instruments, finding that the stone's natural resonance with moonlight helps to enhance the clarity and accuracy of astronomical measurements. The Department of Mysteries maintains a collection of lunar pearls that have been specifically cultivated to respond to different phases of the moon, using these specialized gems in research projects that explore the connection between celestial cycles and magical phenomena. Water divination, one of the oldest forms of magical fortune-telling, relies heavily on the use of pearls as focusing elements. Diviners working with pearl-enhanced scrying bowls report enhanced clarity in their visions and a particular sensitivity to emotional and spiritual currents that might otherwise remain hidden. The pearls seem to act as filters that separate meaningful symbolic content from the random noise that often clutters prophetic visions, making them invaluable tools for seers who specialize in emotional or relationship-focused divination. As we rest here in the gentle quiet of evening, surrounded by the peaceful darkness that invites contemplation and inner reflection, we can almost feel the gentle pulse of pearl magic reaching across the vast oceans of the world. These luminous treasures, born from the patient transformation of irritation into beauty, remind us that our own difficulties and challenges can become sources of strength and wisdom when approached with patience and acceptance. The pearls that rest in jewelry boxes and treasure vaults around the world continue to glow with their soft, moon-like radiance, carrying within their lustrous depths the accumulated wisdom of countless transformative journeys. In their gentle light, we see reflected not only the beauty that can emerge from struggle, but also the profound truth that our greatest treasures often arise from our willingness to embrace and transform the challenges that life presents to us. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities for growth and transformation, and the pearls will be there as they always have been, patient reminders that beauty and strength can emerge from even the most difficult circumstances. In their soft luminescence, we find both comfort and inspiration, comfort in knowing that our struggles have meaning and purpose, and inspiration in the recognition that we possess within ourselves the same capacity for transformation that creates these miraculous gems. As you prepare to drift into the peaceful embrace of sleep, perhaps you might reflect what irritation or challenge in your own life might be transformed into a pearl of wisdom and strength, and how might the patient, transformative energy of these luminous gems guide you toward that beautiful metamorphosis. Chapter 7. Opals and the Dance of Light. Within the shifting rainbow depths of every opal lies a mystery that has both fascinated and troubled magical practitioners for thousands of years. A stone that captures light itself and holds it prisoner within crystalline chambers, creating an ever-changing display of colors that seems to dance with a life of their own. These enigmatic gems, with their mesmerizing play of fire that shifts from blue to green to red with every movement, have earned a reputation as the most unpredictable and potentially dangerous of all precious stones. As we settle into this contemplative evening hour, let us explore the complex relationship between opals and the magical arts, discovering why these beautiful but volatile gems have inspired both wonder and wariness throughout wizarding history. Picture yourself in the restricted section of an ancient magical library, where the most dangerous and powerful texts are kept under careful guard. Here, in a specially warded cabinet that seems to shimmer with its own inner light, rests a collection of opal-bound grimoires whose pages flutter and shift even when no wind disturbs the air around them. These books, their opal clasps and decorations causing their contents to constantly change and evolve, represent both the incredible potential and the inherent dangers of opal magic. Knowledge that transforms itself even as you try to read it, wisdom that refuses to remain fixed or predictable. The magical properties of opals arise from their unique internal structure, tiny spheres of silica arranged in regular patterns that create interference patterns with light, producing the characteristic play of colors known as opalescence. But in magical opals, this phenomenon extends far beyond the merely optical. The same structural irregularities that create the stone's beautiful color display also create corresponding irregularities in its magical field, making opals incredibly powerful but notoriously difficult to control or predict. Ancient magical texts describe opals as crystallized chaos, stones that embody the principle of constant change and transformation. Unlike other precious gems whose magical properties remain raw, relatively stable and predictable, opals seem to exist in a state of perpetual flux, their magical output shifting and changing in response to countless variables, including the phase of the moon, the emotional state of their wielder, and even seemingly random fluctuations in the surrounding magical environment. The earliest magical practitioners approached opals with a mixture of fascination and caution, recognizing their tremendous potential while respecting their volatile nature. Legends tell of the great sorcerer Melodius Obscurus, who attempted to harness the full power of a particularly large and active opal in his quest to create the ultimate transformation spell. The experiment ended in disaster when the opal's chaotic energies proved impossible to contain, transforming Obscurus himself into a constantly shifting being of pure magical energy, who was last seen disappearing into the aurora borealis, where some say his essence continues to dance among the northern lights. The connection between opals and transformation magic has made these stones invaluable to practitioners of advanced transfiguration, where their inherent instability can be harnessed to facilitate complex changes in form and substance. Master transfiguration artists often incorporate small opal chips into their wands, or wear opal jewelry during particularly challenging transformations, finding that the stone's chaotic energy helps to break down the magical barriers that resist dramatic alterations in physical form. Professor McGonagall herself, though she rarely speaks of it, possesses an opal brooch that has been in her family for generations. This remarkable piece, featuring a black opal that seems to contain an entire galaxy of swirling stars within its depths, enhances her already formidable transfiguration abilities by providing access to the chaotic energies necessary for the most complex transformations. Students who observe carefully may notice that the opal's colors seem to shift more rapidly when Professor McGonagall is preparing to demonstrate a particularly advanced transfiguration, the stone responding to and amplifying her magical intentions. The preparation of opals for magical use requires an entirely different approach from that used with other precious stones. Rather than attempting to impose order and stability on these inherently chaotic gems, successful opal enchanters learn to work with and guide the stone's natural unpredictability. This process, known as chaos partnering, involves developing an intuitive understanding of each individual opal's unique patterns of change and learning to anticipate and utilize its shifting magical properties. Master opal workers often spend years studying a single stone, mapping its cycles of activity, and learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicate which type of magical energy the opal will produce at any given moment. This intimate knowledge allows experienced practitioners to channel the opal's chaotic power with remarkable precision, though even the most skilled opal mages acknowledge that their stones retain an element of unpredictability that can never be completely eliminated. One of the most remarkable aspects of opal magic is its ability to facilitate illusion and glamour work. The stone's natural tendency to shift and change appearance makes it an ideal focus for spells that alter perception or create false images. Illusionists working with opal-enhanced equipment can create glamours of extraordinary complexity and realism, with the opal's chaotic energy helping to generate the subtle variations and imperfections that make magical illusions truly convincing. The famous Opal Hall of Mirrors at the Department of Mysteries represents perhaps the most sophisticated application of opal illusion magic ever created. This chamber, lined entirely with mirrors backed by paper-thin opal sheets, creates a constantly shifting maze of reflections that seems to extend infinitely in all directions. Researchers entering the Hall of Mirrors report experiences that defy normal perception, with some claiming to have seen glimpses of alternate realities or possible futures reflected in the opal-enhanced surfaces. Opals have also played a significant role in the development of magical camouflage and concealment techniques. The stone's ability to bend and refract light in unpredictable ways makes them excellent components for invisibility cloaks and other concealment devices. However, the inherent instability of opal magic means that such devices are notoriously unreliable, with concealment effects that may flicker or fail at crucial moments. The infamous Opal Cloak incident of 1847, in which a ministry official attempting to infiltrate a dark wizard gathering found his opal-enhanced invisibility cloak spontaneously turning him bright pink in the middle of the enemy camp, serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of relying too heavily on opal-based magical devices. Modern concealment specialists prefer more stable alternatives, using opals only in specialized applications where their unpredictability can be turned to advantage. The therapeutic applications of opal magic have shown promise in treating conditions related to mental rigidity and resistance to change. Patients suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorders or other conditions characterized by inflexible thinking patterns often benefit from carefully controlled exposure to opal energy, which helps to loosen rigid mental patterns and encourage more adaptive ways of thinking and behaving. However, opal therapy requires extreme caution and skilled supervision, as the stone's chaotic energy can potentially destabilize patients who are already struggling with mental health issues. Healers at St. Mungo's use opals only in the most controlled circumstances, typically exposing patients to very small, carefully regulated doses of opal energy while monitoring their responses closely for any signs of adverse effects. The mining and identification of magical opals presents unique challenges due to the stone's tendency to mask their own magical properties. Many highly magical opals appear completely mundane to casual observation, revealing their true nature only when exposed to specific conditions or magical tests. This has led to the development of specialized opal hunting techniques that rely on detecting the subtle magical disturbances that active opals create in their surroundings. The great opal fields of Australia, both magical and mundane, are known to contain specimens of extraordinary magical potential, though locating and safely extracting these gems requires teams of expert miners working with specially trained magical creature handlers. The rainbow serpents that inhabit many opal-bearing regions have a natural affinity for detecting magically active stones, but their cooperation must be earned through complex negotiations that can take years to complete. The ethical considerations surrounding Opal Magic center primarily on questions of consent and the potential for unintended consequences. The unpredictable nature of opal magic means that even experienced practitioners cannot always foresee the results of their work, raising difficult questions about the responsibility of opal mages for the unexpected effects of their spells and enchantments. Many magical communities have developed strict codes governing the use of opal magic, requiring practitioners to obtain special licenses and submit to regular evaluations of their competence and judgment. The Opal Registry, maintained by the International Confederation of Wizards, tracks all known magical opals and monitors their use to prevent them from falling into the hands of those who might misuse their chaotic power. Contemporary opal research focuses particularly on understanding the mathematical principles underlying the stone's apparent randomness. Some magical theorists believe that opal behavior, while appearing chaotic, actually follows complex patterns that could theoretically be predicted and controlled, given sufficient computational power and understanding of the underlying magical physics. The Department of Mysteries has invested heavily in this research, using both magical and mundane mathematical techniques to analyze opal behavior patterns. Their work has led to the development of probability matrices that can predict opal behavior with slightly better than random accuracy, though practical applications of this knowledge remain limited due to the enormous complexity of the calculations involved. The connection between opals and dimensional magic has also attracted significant research attention. The stone's tendency to refract light in impossible ways has led some researchers to theorize that opals may actually exist partially in other dimensions, with their changing colors reflecting different aspects of their multidimensional nature. Experiments in this area remain highly classified, though though rumored applications include communication devices that can transmit messages across dimensional boundaries. Modern security applications of opal magic take advantage of the stone's unpredictability to create protection systems that are virtually impossible to circumvent through conventional means. Opal-enhanced locks and wards change their access requirements constantly, ensuring that even someone who observes the correct unlocking procedure cannot simply repeat it to gain unauthorized access. The famous Opal Vault at Gringotts Bank represents the pinnacle of this technology, featuring security systems that shift and change every few seconds in response to the chaotic energies of specially cultivated opals embedded throughout the chamber. Even the goblins who designed the system cannot predict its exact behavior at any given moment, though they maintain master keys that can override the opal controls in emergency situations. The artistic applications of opal magic have produced some of the most beautiful and enigmatic magical artworks ever created. Opal-enhanced paintings seem to paint themselves, with colors and images that shift and change over time to create new compositions that surprise even their creators. Sculptors working with opal-infused materials find that their works continue to evolve long after completion, taking on new forms and meanings, as the chaotic energies within the stones reshape the artistic medium. As we rest here in the gentle quiet of evening, surrounded by the peaceful darkness that provides a perfect backdrop for contemplating the dance of light and shadow, we can imagine the countless opals that even now pulse and shimmer with their unpredictable fire throughout the magical world. These enigmatic stones, with their ever-changing display of colors and their fundamental resistance to control or prediction, remind us that not all aspects of magic can be tamed or fully understood. Opals hidden in treasure vaults and magical laboratories around the world continue their eternal dance of transformation, their swirling colors creating patterns of beauty that exist for mere moments before dissolving into new configurations of light and meaning. In their chaotic brilliance, we see reflected the fundamental mystery of existence itself, the recognition that change and uncertainty are not obstacles to be overcome, but essential aspects of the magical universe that we must learn to embrace and work with rather than against. Tomorrow will bring new surprises and unexpected changes, and the opals will be there as they always have been, reminding us that the most beautiful magic often emerges from the interplay between order and chaos, predictability and surprise. In their shifting radiance, we find both challenge and opportunity, challenge in learning to work with forces beyond our complete control, and opportunity in discovering the extraordinary possibilities that emerge when we embrace uncertainty and allow ourselves to dance with the unknown. As you prepare to drift into the mysterious realm of dreams, where reality itself becomes as fluid and changeable as opal fire, perhaps you might wonder what aspects of your own life might benefit from embracing a little more chaos and unpredictability, and how might the ever-changing dance of opal light inspire you to find beauty in the unexpected transformations that await. Chapter 8. Amethyst and the Realm of Dreams. In the violet depths of every amethyst lies a gateway to the mysterious realm where consciousness meets the infinite, the ethereal world of dreams, prophecy, and the sacred boundary between waking thought and sleeping vision. These magnificent stones, with their rich purple hues that seem to capture the very essence of twilight itself, have served for millennia as bridges between the material world and the realm of spirit, their gentle radiance guiding dreamers and seers through the landscapes of sleep and prophecy. As we settle into this tranquil evening hour, when the day's concerns begin to fade and the mind prepares for its nightly journey into dreams, let us explore how amethysts have become the cherished companions of all who seek wisdom in the realm of sleep and vision. Imagine yourself in the dormitory tower of Ravenclaw House on a peaceful night, where the gentle sounds of sleeping students create a soft symphony of rest and renewal. Above each bed hangs a small amethyst cluster, their purple crystals catching and holding the moonlight that filters through the tall windows. These stones, placed there by generations of wise house heads who understood the connection between restful sleep and academic achievement, pulse with a gentle rhythm that helps quiet racing thoughts and ease the transition from waking consciousness to the healing embrace of dreams. The magical properties of amethysts arise from their unique position in the quartz family, colored by traces of iron and aluminum that create their characteristic purple hue. But it is not merely their chemical composition that gives amethysts their special connection to the realm of dreams and spiritual awareness. Ancient magical texts describe these stones as crystallized twilight, repositories of the liminal energy that exists in the spaces between day and night, between consciousness and sleep, between the known and the mysterious. The earliest magical practitioners recognized that amethysts possessed an extraordinary ability to enhance the clarity and meaning of dreams. Dreamers who slept with amethyst stones beneath their pillows or wore amethyst jewelry to bed found that their dreams became more vivid, more coherent, and more likely to contain prophetic or spiritually significant content. The stone seemed to act as a lens that brought the normally chaotic imagery of dreams into sharp focus, allowing the dreamer to perceive and remember insights that might otherwise be lost in the confusion of sleep. This discovery led to the establishment of the great dream temples that once dotted the magical landscape of the ancient world. These sacred institutions, built around chambers lined entirely with amethyst crystals of every size and hue, served as centers for dream interpretation, prophetic vision, and spiritual guidance. Pilgrims would travel great distances to spend a night in these amethyst chambers, seeking answers to life's most pressing questions through the wisdom that could only be accessed in the realm of dreams. The legendary amethyst of eternal visions, said to be the size of a human head, and possessed of a purple so deep it seemed to contain entire galaxies within its depths, served as the centerpiece of the most famous of these dream temples. This remarkable stone, carved with intricate symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles, had the power to grant prophetic dreams to anyone who gazed into its crystalline depths, while in a state of deep meditation or trance. The connection between amethysts and prophetic ability has made these stones invaluable to seers and diviners throughout magical history. The famous Oracle of Delphi was said to have worn a crown of amethysts during her prophetic trances, the stones helping to channel and clarify the divine visions that made her the most sought-after prophet of the ancient world. Modern seers continue this tradition, with many carrying amethyst amulets or working with amethyst-enhanced crystal balls to improve the accuracy and clarity of their predictions. Professor Trelawney's classroom at Hogwarts, with its dreamy atmosphere of incense and soft drapery, actually contains numerous small amethysts hidden throughout the space. These stones, discreetly embedded in picture frames, woven into tapestries, and even incorporated into the tea service, help create an environment that naturally enhances intuitive perception and prophetic ability. Students who are naturally gifted in divination often find themselves drawn to sit near these hidden amethysts, unconsciously seeking the enhanced spiritual awareness that the stones provide. The preparation of amethysts for dream and divination work requires a gentle meditative approach that honors the stone's connection to the subtle realms of consciousness and spirit. Unlike the dramatic enchantments used with other precious stones, amethysts respond best to quiet rituals performed during the liminal hours of dawn and dusk, when the boundary between day and night naturally amplifies their magical properties. The process typically begins with what dream workers call the twilight attunement, a ceremony performed during the evening hours, when day gradually surrenders to night. The amethyst is placed in a location where it can absorb both the last rays of sunlight and the first gentle glow of evening stars, allowing the stone to become saturated with the transitional energies that govern the passage between waking and sleeping consciousness. Over subsequent nights, the enchanter adds layers of dream-enhancing spells, each one designed to deepen the stone's connection to the realm of sleep and vision. One of the most remarkable aspects of amethyst magic is its ability to facilitate what dream researchers call conscious dreaming, or lucid dreaming, states of awareness in which the dreamer maintains some degree of conscious control while remaining in the dream state. Experienced dream workers using amethyst enhancement can learn to navigate their dreams with purpose and intention, seeking specific insights or exploring particular questions through the symbolic language of sleep. The famous dream journals of the Department of Mysteries contain detailed records of lucid dreams facilitated by amethyst magic, including accounts of prophetic visions that proved remarkably accurate and therapeutic dreams that helped heal psychological trauma. These records, classified at the highest levels of magical security, represent one of the most comprehensive studies of dream magic ever undertaken, though their contents remain accessible only to authorized researchers with special clearance. Amethysts have also played a crucial role in the development of magical sleep aids and treatments for sleep disorders. The stone's natural ability to quiet mental chatter and promote restful sleep has made them valuable tools for treating insomnia, nightmares, and other sleep-related problems. Healers at St. Mungo's often recommend amethyst therapy for patients whose sleep has been disrupted by magical trauma or curse damage, finding that the gentle energy of these stones helps restore healthy sleep patterns more effectively than many conventional treatments. The sleep restoration ward at St. Mungo's features a collection of specially prepared amethyst beds, each one designed to provide the specific type of sleep healing that different patients require. Some beds are equipped with amethysts that promote deep, dreamless sleep for patients who need physical rest and recovery, while others feature stones that enhance dream activity for those whose healing requires the processing of psychological or emotional issues through the symbolic language of dreams. The process of creating sleep-healing amethysts involves a year-long preparation ritual that begins during the winter solstice, when the longest night of the year provides optimal conditions for connecting with the energies of rest and renewal. The amethyst is placed in a special chamber where it is exposed to carefully controlled cycles of light and darkness that mimic the natural rhythms of healthy sleep, gradually attuning the stone to the complex neurological and magical processes that govern rest and recovery. Modern magical research has revealed that amethysts may work by resonating with the electrical patterns generated by the sleeping brain, particularly during the phases of sleep associated with vivid dreaming and memory consolidation. The stone's crystalline structure seems to amplify and stabilize these natural brainwave patterns, creating an environment that supports both restful sleep and meaningful dream experiences. This discovery has led to the development of amethyst-enhanced dream research facilities, where scientists study the connection between sleep, dreams, and magical ability. Researchers have found that wizards and witches who regularly use amethyst sleep aids show improved magical performance, enhanced creativity, and better emotional regulation, suggesting that quality sleep supported by amethyst magic may be essential for optimal magical functioning. The cultivation and harvesting of magical amethysts requires locations where peaceful, contemplative energy has accumulated over long periods of time. Ancient meditation sites, abandoned monasteries, and natural places where people have traditionally gone to seek solitude and reflection often yield amethysts with enhanced dream and spiritual properties. The most prized amethysts come from locations where significant prophetic visions have occurred, as these stones seem to absorb and retain the visionary energy associated with moments of divine revelation. The famous amethyst caves of Tibet, hidden high in the mountains where few outsiders ever venture, are said to contain specimens of such extraordinary spiritual power that even brief exposure to their energy can trigger profound mystical experiences. The monks who guard these sacred sites allow only the most dedicated spiritual seekers to enter the caves, and those who do emerge often speak of dreams and visions that continue to guide their lives for years afterward. The ethical considerations surrounding Amethyst Magic center primarily on questions of privacy and the potential for invasion of the unconscious mind. The ability of amethysts to enhance and clarify dreams raises concerns about the possibility of using these stones to access the private thoughts and memories that people process during sleep. Many magical communities have developed strict codes governing the use of amethyst magic, particularly in therapeutic and research contexts. Contemporary amethyst research focuses particularly on the stone's potential applications in treating magical disorders that affect sleep and dreaming. Conditions such as prophetic overload, where naturally gifted seers become overwhelmed by constant visions, have shown promising responses to carefully controlled amethyst therapy. The stones seem to help regulate the flow of prophetic information, allowing seers to access their abilities when needed, while maintaining normal sleep patterns during rest periods. The connection between amethysts and meditation practices has also attracted increasing attention from researchers studying the relationship between consciousness and magical ability. Amethyst-enhanced meditation techniques have been shown to improve focus, increase magical sensitivity, and enhance the practitioner's ability to perceive subtle energies and spiritual influences. The great magical monasteries and retreat centers of the world increasingly incorporate amethyst elements into their meditation halls and contemplative spaces. These spiritual environments, enhanced by the gentle energy of carefully placed amethysts, support the deep states of consciousness that are essential for advanced magical and spiritual development. Amethyst jewelry has become particularly popular among students and scholars who wear these stones to enhance their ability to absorb and retain information while studying. The amethyst's connection to mental clarity and spiritual awareness makes it an ideal companion for academic pursuits, helping students maintain focus during long study sessions while enhancing their ability to make intuitive connections between different areas of knowledge. The famous amethyst tiara of Rowena Ravenclaw, though its current location remains unknown, was said to enhance the wearer's ability to access the collective wisdom of all who had worn it before. This remarkable artifact, featuring a central amethyst surrounded by smaller stones arranged in a pattern that mirrored the constellation of stars visible at the founding of Hogwarts, served as both a symbol of academic achievement and a practical tool for enhancing learning and understanding. As we rest here in the gentle quiet of evening, surrounded by the peaceful darkness that naturally calls us towards sleep and dreams, we can almost feel the soft purple glow of amethyst magic reaching across the world to touch the minds of dreamers everywhere. These gentle stones, with their deep connection to the realm of sleep and vision, continue their eternal vigil over the boundary between consciousness and dreams, ready to guide any seeker who approaches them with sincere desire for wisdom and understanding. The amethysts that rest on nightstands and beneath pillows around the world pulse with the same rhythm that governs the cycles of sleep and waking, their violet light serving as beacons that guide the mind through the mysterious landscapes of dreams. In their depths we see reflected not only the beauty of the night sky, but also the infinite potential of human consciousness to transcend the limitations of ordinary waking awareness and access the deeper truths that can only be found in the realm of spirit and vision. Tomorrow will bring new dreams to explore and new insights to discover, and the amethysts will be there as they always have been, patient guardians of the threshold between day and night, between conscious thought and unconscious wisdom. In their gentle radiance, we find both comfort and mystery, comfort in knowing that we are never alone in our journey through the realm of dreams, and mystery in the recognition that the deepest truths often come to us, not through rational thought, but through the symbolic language of sleep and vision. As you prepare to surrender to the peaceful embrace of sleep, perhaps you might wonder what dreams await you in the purple-tinted realm of amethyst-enhanced slumber, and what wisdom might your sleeping mind discover when freed from the constraints of waking consciousness and guided by the gentle light of these mystical stones. Chapter 9. Garnets and the Fire Within. Deep within the heart of every garnet burns an inner flame that has sustained warriors, protected travelers, and kindled the spark of determination in countless souls throughout the ages. These remarkable stones, with their rich crimson depths that glow like embers in the darkness, embody the fierce spirit of perseverance and the unquenchable fire of the human will to survive and thrive against all odds. As we gather in this peaceful evening hour, when the day's battles have ended and we seek renewal for tomorrow's challenges, let us explore how garnets have become the stalwart guardians of inner strength, their blood-red radiance serving as beacons of hope for those who must face the darkness with courage and resolve. Picture yourself in the depths of the forbidden forest on a moonless night, where ancient trees cast shadows so deep they seem to swallow light itself. Here, in a clearing where few dare to venture, stands a circle of standing stones, each one topped with a garnet that glows with its own inner fire. These sentinel stones, placed there by the founders of Hogwarts to mark the boundary between the known and the wild, pulse with a steady rhythm that speaks of endurance, protection, and the eternal vigilance required to guard those we love from the perils that lurk in the darkness beyond our sight. The magical properties of garnets arise from their complex crystalline structure and the iron-rich minerals that give them their characteristic deep red color. This high iron content creates a natura, flow-to resonance with the life force that flows through all living beings, making garnets particularly effective at strengthening what ancient magical texts describe as the vital essence, the fundamental energy that sustains life, drives ambition, and fuels the will to persevere in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The earliest magical practitioners recognized that garnets possessed an extraordinary ability to enhance physical stamina and mental determination. Warriors who carried garnet amulets into battle found that their strength lasted longer, their reflexes remained sharp even in extended combat, and their courage never wavered even when facing overwhelming odds. The stone seemed to tap into some deep reservoir of inner strength, providing access to reserves of energy and willpower that the bearer might not have known they possessed. This discovery led to the development of what became known as garnet warriors, elite soldiers and guardians who underwent special training in the use of garnet-enhanced combat magic. These remarkable individuals, equipped with garnet-studded armor and weapons infused with the stone's strengthening properties, became legendary for their ability to fight tirelessly through battles that would exhaust ordinary warriors. The tradition of garnet warriors continued for centuries, with their techniques and garnet forging methods becoming some of the most closely guarded military secrets in the magical world. The legendary garnet of unyielding valor, worn by the great night wizard Percival Blackthorn during the Dragon Wars of the 14th century, represents perhaps the finest example of a garnet prepared specifically for protection in battle. This remarkable stone, described in historical accounts as being red as dragon's blood and bright as the morning star, had the power to render its wearer virtually immune to fear, doubt, and despair. Blackthorn's chronicles describe how the garnet's influence allowed him to maintain perfect clarity of thought and unwavering determination, even when facing the most terrifying dragons, his inner fire burning so brightly that it inspired courage in his companions and struck fear into the hearts of his enemies. The connection between garnets and protective magic has made these stones invaluable for creating defensive enchantments and ward systems. Unlike other protective gems that work by deflecting or absorbing harmful magic, garnets protect by strengthening the target's own natural defenses, enhancing their ability to resist and overcome whatever threats they may face. This makes garnet protection particularly effective against attacks that target the mind, spirit, or vital force of the victim. The famous Garnet Gate, at the entrance to Diagon Alley, though few visitors realize its true nature, features hundreds of small garnets embedded in its stonework. These gems, placed there during the original construction of the magical shopping district, create a protective field that strengthens the resolve of all who pass through, helping them resist the various mental influences and emotional manipulations that might be employed by dark wizards or malevolent magical creatures lurking in the busy streets beyond. The preparation of garnets for protective and strengthening magic requires a process that mirrors the forging of fine steel, intense heat, careful timing, and gradual cooling that allows the stone's magical properties to crystallize into their most potent form. Master enchanters working with garnets often employ actual forges and smithies, using fire and hammer to awaken the dormant power within these iron-rich gems. The process begins with what garnet workers call the trial by fire, in which the raw stone is subjected to temperatures that would melt most other gems. Rather than being damaged by this intense heat, garnets seem to thrive in the forge's embrace, their color deepening and their magical resonance strengthening as they absorb the elemental energy of flame and earth. Skilled enchanters can actually hear the garnet singing during this process, a high, clear note that indicates the stone is ready to receive its magical enhancements. One of the most remarkable aspects of garnet magic is its ability to create what magical theorists call sympathetic strength networks. When multiple individuals wear garnets that have been prepared together or attuned to each other, they form a mystical connection that allows them to share strength, courage, and determination across any distance. This phenomenon has made garnets invaluable for creating bonds between members of organizations that must work together in dangerous or challenging circumstances. The Order of the Phoenix, during both the First and Second Wars against Voldemort, made extensive use of garnet communication and strength-sharing networks. Each member of the Order carried a small garnet stone that had been specially prepared to connect with all the others, creating a web of mutual support that helped sustain the organization through its darkest hours. When one member faced particular danger or despair, the others would feel the call through their garnets and could send strength and encouragement across the magical connection, ensuring that no one had to face the darkness alone. Garnets have also played a crucial role in the development of magical healing techniques that focus on restoring vitality and life force rather than simply treating specific injuries or illnesses. The stone's natural connection to the vital essence makes them ideal tools for treating conditions such as magical exhaustion, curse-induced weakness, or the gradual drain of life force that can result from prolonged exposure to dark magic. The Vitality Restoration Ward at St. Mungo's Hospital utilizes a sophisticated system of garnet-enhanced healing chambers, each one designed to address different aspects of life force depletion. Patients suffering from severe magical exhaustion are placed in chambers lined with fire garnets, which help to reignite their depleted magical reserves. Those dealing with emotional or spiritual depletion work with heart garnets, stones that focus on restoring the emotional strength and determination needed for recovery. The process of creating healing garnets involves exposing the stones to the life force of healthy, vigorous magical creatures, typically phoenixes, whose ability to be reborn from their own ashes makes them ideal sources of renewal energy. The garnets are placed in phoenix rookeries during the bird's regeneration cycles, absorbing the concentrated life force released during the miraculous process of death and rebirth that defines these magnificent creatures. Modern magical research has revealed that garnets may work by resonating with the iron-rich hemoglobin in blood, creating a harmonic frequency that enhances circulation and strengthens the body's natural ability to transport magical energy throughout the system. This discovery has led to the development of garnet-based treatments for conditions such as magical anemia, curse-induced circulation problems, and other disorders that affect the flow of life force through the body. The mining and harvesting of magical garnets typically takes place in locations where acts of great courage and determination have occurred. Battlefields, where heroes made their final stands, sites where explorers persevered against impossible odds, and places where individuals sacrificed themselves for the greater good, often yield garnets with enhanced protective and strengthening properties. The emotional residue of these courageous acts seems to seep into the surrounding rock, creating gems that carry the spiritual essence of heroism within their crystalline structure. The garnet mines of the Scottish Highlands, located in the same region where many of the great battles between wizards and dark forces took place, produce some of the finest protective garnets in the world. The miners who work these deposits report that they can actually feel the stones calling to them, as if the garnets themselves are eager to find new bearers who will carry on the tradition of courage and determination that created them. The ethical considerations surrounding garnet magic focus primarily on questions of consent and the potential for creating unhealthy dependencies on artificial sources of strength and courage. Critics argue that relying too heavily on garnet enhancement may prevent individuals from developing their own natural reserves of determination and willpower, creating a form of magical dependence that weakens rather than strengthens the user over time. Supporters of garnet magic counter that these stones simply help people access strength that already exists within them, providing the confidence and support needed to overcome obstacles that might otherwise prove insurmountable. They point to the long history of successful garnet use in military and protective applications as evidence that these gems enhance rather than replace natural human courage and determination. Contemporary garnet research focuses particularly on the stone's potential applications in treating the psychological effects of trauma and the loss of confidence that often follows exposure to dark magic or magical violence. Garnet's ability to strengthen the vital essence seems to help trauma victims reconnect with their own inner sources of strength and resilience, providing a foundation for psychological healing and recovery. The connection between garnets and fire magic has also attracted significant research attention. The stone's natural affinity for heat and flame makes them excellent components for fire-based spells and enchantments, while their protective properties help shield fireworkers from the dangerous side effects of their magical practice. Many of the great magical smithies and enchanted forges incorporate garnet elements into their designs, using the stones to enhance both the quality of their work and the safety of their operations. The famous goblin forges of Gringotts Bank feature elaborate garnet inlay work that serves both decorative and functional purposes. These gems help to regulate the magical fires used in metalworking, while providing protection for the goblin smiths who create some of the finest magical artifacts in the wizarding world. The tradition of garnet-enhanced smithwork has been passed down through generations of goblin craftsmen, with each family maintaining secret techniques for incorporating these stones into their forging processes. Educational applications of garnet magic have shown particular promise in helping students develop the persistence and determination needed for mastering difficult magical subjects. Study garnets, typically small stones worn as jewelry or carried in pockets, help students maintain focus during long study sessions, while providing the mental stamina needed to work through challenging problems and concepts. The famous garnet study circles at several major wizarding universities represent formalized applications of this principle. Students working on particularly difficult research projects form groups around specially prepared garnets that help to share determination and focus among all the participants. These study groups often achieve breakthrough results that individual researchers might never accomplish working alone, with the garnet connection helping to sustain their efforts through the long, difficult process of magical research and discovery. As we rest here in the gentle quiet of evening, surrounded by the peaceful darkness that offers respite from the day's challenges and struggles, we can almost feel the warm glow of garnet fire reaching across the world to touch the hearts of all who need strength and courage for tomorrow's battles. These steadfast stones, with their deep connection to the vital force that sustains all life, continue their eternal vigil over the flame of human determination, ready to kindle hope in any heart that threatens to surrender to despair. The garnets that rest in jewelry boxes and protective amulets around the world pulse with the same rhythm that drives the beating of courageous hearts, their crimson fire serving as eternal reminders that no darkness is so deep that it cannot be pierced by the light of inner strength and unwavering determination. In their depths we see reflected not only the beauty of flame and earth, but also the remarkable capacity of the human spirit to endure, persevere, and ultimately triumph over whatever obstacles may stand in the path of righteousness and hope. Tomorrow will bring new challenges to face and new battles to fight, and the garnets will be there as they always have been, steadfast companions ready to share their strength with any who have the courage to reach for it. In their glowing radiance, we find both power and responsibility. Power to overcome the obstacles that would defeat us, and responsibility to use that strength in service of the light, protecting those who cannot protect themselves, and standing firm against the forces that would extinguish hope and courage from the world. As you prepare to rest and gather strength for tomorrow's journey, perhaps you might reflect, and how might the strengthening presence of a garnet help you fan that flame into a beacon of courage that could light the way for others who struggle in the darkness. Chapter 10. Topaz and the Clarity of Mind. Within the golden brilliance of every topaz lies a crystalline perfection that mirrors the highest aspirations of the thinking mind. Clarity of thought, precision of reasoning, and the luminous insight that emerges when confusion gives way to understanding. These magnificent stones, with their warm amber light that seems to capture and concentrate the very essence of enlightenment itself, have served for millennia as companions to scholars, researchers, and all those who seek to pierce the veils of ignorance with the sharp blade of rational thought. As we settle into this contemplative evening hour, when the mind naturally turns toward reflection and the pursuit of deeper understanding, let us explore how topaz has become the cherished ally of mental clarity, its golden radiance illuminating the pathways to knowledge and comprehension. Picture yourself in the pristine laboratory of a master potioneer, where every ingredient is perfectly organized and every tool gleams with meticulous care. At the center of this shrine to precision stands a workbench carved from ancient oak, and embedded within its surface is a magnificent golden topaz that catches and reflects the light from dozens of carefully placed lamps. This stone, known as the scholar's focus, has overseen the creation of countless breakthrough potions and magical discoveries, its presence ensuring that every measurement is exact, every timing is perfect, and every observation is recorded with crystalline accuracy. The magical properties of topaz arise from its remarkable structural perfection and the aluminum fluoride silicate composition that creates its characteristic clarity and brilliance. This molecular precision creates magical resonances that naturally align with the ordered processes of logical thinking, mathematical reasoning, and systematic investigation. Ancient magical texts describe topaz as crystallized logic, stones that embody the principles of clear thinking and methodical approach that form the foundation of all serious magical study and research. The earliest magical practitioners discovered that topaz possessed an extraordinary ability to enhance mental focus and eliminate the distractions that often cloud clear thinking. Students struggling with complex magical theories found that simply holding a small topaz while studying could help organize their thoughts and reveal the underlying patterns that connected seemingly disparate concepts. The stone seemed to act as a mental lens, bringing fuzzy ideas into sharp relief and helping the thinker distinguish between essential information and irrelevant details. This discovery led to the establishment of the great topaz academies that became centers of magical learning throughout the ancient world. These institutions, built around lecture halls and libraries where topaz crystals were integrated into every surface, created environments of such intense mental clarity that students could absorb and process information at rates that seemed almost miraculous. The most advanced students were given personal topaz stones, carefully attuned to their individual learning patterns and intellectual strengths, to serve as permanent aids in their pursuit of knowledge. The legendary topaz of perfect understanding, housed in the secret archives of the Department of Mysteries, represents perhaps the most perfect example of a stone prepared specifically for enhancing analytical thinking and problem-solving abilities. This remarkable gem, described by those few who have seen it as being bright as the sun at noon and clear as mountain air, has the unique property of revealing the hidden connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena, allowing researchers to perceive patterns and relationships that might otherwise remain invisible. The connection between topaz and mathematical magic has made these stones invaluable to arithmancers and other practitioners of numerical divination. The stone's natural affinity for precision and order enhances the practitioner's ability to perceive and interpret the mathematical patterns that underlie all magical phenomena. Advanced arithmancers often work with topaz-enhanced calculating devices that can process complex numerical relationships with unprecedented accuracy and speed. Professor Vector herself, though she rarely discusses it openly, wears a pair of topaz earrings that have been in her family for generations. These modest ornaments, featuring perfectly matched stones that seem to glow with their own inner light, enhance her natural mathematical abilities and help her perceive the numerical relationships that govern magical phenomena. Students who pay careful attention during arithmancy lessons may notice that Professor Vector's calculations become even more precise and insightful when she unconsciously touches one of her topaz earrings while working through particularly complex problems. The preparation of topaz for enhancing mental clarity and analytical thinking requires a methodical approach that mirrors the logical processes the stones are meant to enhance. Unlike the intuitive or emotional preparation methods used with other gems, Topaz enchantment follows strict protocols based on mathematical principles and systematic observation of the stone's response to various magical influences. The process begins with what Topaz workers call the calibration ritual, a precise ceremony in which the stone's natural frequencies are measured and mapped using specialized magical instruments. This baseline assessment allows the enchanter to determine the specific type of mental enhancement the topaz is best suited to provide, whether that be improved memory, enhanced analytical ability, or greater creative problem-solving capacity. Over the following months, the enchanter adds successive layers of clarity-enhancing spells, each one calculated to work in perfect harmony with those that came before. The entire process is documented with mathematical precision, creating a detailed record of the stone's development that can be used to replicate successful results or troubleshoot problems that may arise during the enchantment process. One of the most remarkable aspects of topaz magic is its ability to enhance what magical theorists call cognitive integration, the mind's capacity to combine information from multiple sources into coherent, comprehensive understanding. Researchers working with Topaz enhancement report an improved ability to see connections between different fields of study, leading to breakthrough insights that might never have emerged through conventional analytical approaches. The famous Topaz integration chambers at the International Magical Research Institute represent the pinnacle of this technology. These specialized facilities, lined entirely with topaz crystals arranged in precise geometric patterns, create environments where researchers can achieve levels of mental clarity and integration that border on the transcendent. Scientists working in these chambers have made some of the most significant theoretical breakthroughs in modern magical science, though the exact nature of their discoveries remains closely guarded by international magical security protocols. Topaz has also played a crucial role in the development of magical automation and the creation of devices that can perform complex analytical tasks without direct human supervision. The stone's natural affinity for logical processes makes it an ideal component for magical calculating engines and analytical instruments that must operate with perfect precision over extended periods of time. The great topaz calculators housed in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes can process vast amounts of data related to magical incidents and emergencies, identifying patterns and trends that help ministry officials prevent future disasters. These remarkable devices, featuring topaz arrays that contain thousands of individually enchanted stones, operate continuously around the clock, their golden glow visible through the windows of the ministry building late into the night. The therapeutic applications of topaz magic have shown particular promise in treating conditions that affect cognitive function and mental clarity. Patients suffering from confusion caused by curse damage, memory problems resulting from magical accidents, or the mental fog that sometimes follows exposure to certain types of dark magic, often benefit significantly from carefully controlled topaz therapy. The Cognitive Restoration Ward at St. Mungo's Hospital utilizes a sophisticated system of topaz-enhanced treatment protocols designed to help patients regain their mental faculties after various forms of magical trauma. The treatment process involves gradual exposure to topaz energy, beginning with very small doses that help to stabilize basic thought processes and gradually increasing to levels that can restore complex analytical abilities. The process of creating therapeutic topaz involves exposing the stones to the mental energy of individuals engaged in peak intellectual performance, typically master scholars working on significant research projects or gifted students solving particularly challenging problems. The topaz gradually absorbs and concentrates this focused mental energy, creating gems that can share their clarity-enhancing properties with those who need cognitive assistance. Modern magical research has revealed that topaz may work by resonating with the electrical patterns generated by active neural networks in the brain, particularly those associated with logical reasoning and systematic thinking. The stone's crystalline structure seems to amplify and stabilize these natural brainwave patterns, creating an environment that supports clear thinking and analytical precision. This discovery has led to the development of topaz-enhanced cognitive training programs that help students and researchers develop better thinking skills and more effective problem-solving strategies. Participants in these programs report not only improved academic performance, but also enhanced creativity and better ability to handle complex, multifaceted challenges in their personal and professional lives. The cultivation and harvesting of magical topaz requires locations where intense intellectual activity has taken place over extended periods of time. Ancient libraries, abandoned universities, and sites where significant scientific discoveries were made often yield topaz specimens with enhanced clarity-promoting properties. The mental energy generated by countless hours of focused study and research seems to seep into the surrounding geological formations, creating gems that carry the concentrated essence of scholarly achievement. The topaz quarries of Alexandria, located near the site of the ancient library that once contained the greatest collection of magical knowledge in the world, produce some of the finest clarity-enhancing topaz ever discovered. The stones found in these deposits are said to retain traces of the intellectual energy generated by the thousands of scholars who once worked in the library's reading rooms, making them extraordinarily effective tools for enhancing learning and understanding. The ethical considerations surrounding Topaz Magic center primarily on questions of fairness and the potential for creating unfair advantages in academic and professional contexts. The ability of topaz to enhance cognitive performance raises concerns about whether students and researchers using these stones gain unfair advantages over those who rely solely on their natural abilities. Many educational institutions have developed policies governing the use of cognitive enhancement gems like topaz, typically allowing their use for learning and study purposes, while prohibiting them during examinations and formal assessments. These policies reflect the ongoing debate within the magical community about the proper role of magical enhancement in intellectual pursuits. Contemporary topaz research focuses particularly on the stone's potential applications in treating age-related cognitive decline and the mental deterioration that sometimes accompanies exposure to certain types of magical radiation. Preliminary studies suggest that regular exposure to topaz energy may help maintain cognitive function in older wizards and witches, potentially extending their productive intellectual years significantly. The connection between topaz and teaching magic has also attracted significant research attention. Educators working with topaz-enhanced teaching aids report improved ability to convey complex concepts to their students and better success in helping struggling learners overcome academic difficulties. The stone's clarity-enhancing properties seem to benefit both teacher and student, creating more effective learning environments and stronger educational outcomes. The famous topaz lecture halls at Hogwarts, though their existence is not widely known among students, feature discrete topaz elements integrated into their architectural design. These gems help create environments that naturally enhance learning and comprehension, contributing to the school's reputation for academic excellence, while providing subtle support for students who struggle with challenging magical concepts. Professional applications of topaz magic have become increasingly sophisticated as researchers develop new ways to harness the stone's clarity-enhancing properties. Magical lawyers use topaz-enhanced analysis tools to review complex cases and identify crucial legal precedents, while curse breakers employ topaz instruments to understand the intricate magical mechanisms that protect ancient treasures and forbidden sites. The RR training program at the Ministry of Magic incorporates extensive use of topaz-enhanced simulation exercises that help trainees develop the analytical skills needed to solve complex magical crimes and apprehend dangerous criminals. These training scenarios, supported by topaz arrays that enhance both perception and reasoning, prepare future aurors for the intellectual challenges they will face in their dangerous profession. As we rest here in the gentle quiet of evening, surrounded by the peaceful darkness that naturally encourages contemplation and reflection, we can almost feel the warm golden glow of topaz clarity reaching across the world to touch the minds of scholars, students, and seekers of truth everywhere. These brilliant stones, with their deep connection to the ordered processes of rational thought, continue their eternal service to the pursuit of knowledge and understanding, ready to illuminate any mind that approaches them with genuine desire for learning. The topaz gems that rest in research laboratories and study halls around the world pulse with the same rhythm that drives the searching mind toward ever greater understanding, their golden lights serving as beacons that guide human consciousness through the complex labyrinths of knowledge and discovery. In their crystalline depths we see reflected not only the beauty of perfect order, but also the magnificent potential of the thinking mind to comprehend, create, and illuminate the mysteries that surround us. Tomorrow will bring new problems to solve, and new insights to discover, and the topaz stones will be there as they always have been, faithful companions ready to lend their clarity to any sincere seeker of truth. In their brilliant radiance, we find both challenge and support. Challenge to think more clearly and reason more precisely, and support in the form of the enhanced mental capabilities that make such achievements possible. As you prepare to rest your mind after the day's intellectual labors, perhaps you might consider, what complex problem or mysterious concept would you most like to understand more clearly, and how might the crystalline precision of topaz help you organize your thoughts and perceive the hidden patterns that lead to genuine comprehension and insight? Chapter 11. The Rare and Mysterious Stones. Beyond the familiar realm of diamonds, rubies, and emeralds lies a shadowy world of precious stones, so rare and mysterious that even the most learned magical scholars speak of them only in whispers. These enigmatic gems, moonstone with its ethereal lunar glow, turquoise with its ancient protective power, and dozens of others, whose very names are known only to a select few, exist at the boundaries of our understanding, their magical properties as elusive and captivating as the legends that surround them. As we enter this final hour of our evening's exploration, let us venture into the realm of the truly extraordinary, where gemstones possess powers that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about the nature of magic itself. Imagine yourself in the deepest vault of the Department of Mysteries, where the most dangerous and incomprehensible magical artifacts are kept in chambers that exist partially outside normal space and time. Here, in a crystalline display case that seems to bend light around itself, rests a collection of stones so rare that some exist in only a single known specimen. Each gem pulses with its own unique rhythm, their combined energies creating patterns of light and shadow that dance across the walls in configurations that no human eye has ever learned to fully interpret. Moonstone, perhaps the most enigmatic of these rare gems, appears to capture and hold the very essence of Luna herself within its milky, translucent depths. These extraordinary stones, formed only in locations where moonlight has fallen uninterrupted for centuries, possess the remarkable ability to wax and wane in power with the phases of the moon, their opalescent glow brightening during the full moon and dimming to barely visible glimmers during the new moon phase. The magical properties of moonstone are intimately connected to the celestial dance of the earth and moon, making these gems invaluable for magic that deals with cycles, transitions, and the mysterious forces that govern the passage of time itself. Ancient lunar calendars, carved with moonstone inlays that still glow with their original enchantments, track not only the phases of the moon, but also the subtle magical tides that influence everything from potion brewing to the casting of complex divination spells. The legendary moonstone of eternal tides, said to be housed in the most secure vault of Gringotts Bank, represents the largest and most powerful moonstone ever discovered. This remarkable gem, roughly the size of a human head, and possessed of a luminescence so intense it can be seen even in broad daylight, is rumored to have the power to control the actual phases of the moon itself, though such claims remain unverified due to the obvious dangers of attempting such experiments. The preparation of moonstone for magical use requires ceremonies that must be performed under specific lunar conditions, with different phases of the moon lending themselves to different types of enchantment. Full moon preparations create moonstones that enhance divination and prophecy, while new moon rituals produce stones that specialize in concealment and protection magic. The most powerful moonstones are those prepared during lunar eclipses, when the temporary alignment of celestial bodies creates unique magical conditions that can be captured and preserved within the stone's crystalline structure. Modern research into moonstone magic has revealed that these gems may actually serve as repositories for what magical theorists call temporal energy, the fundamental force that governs the flow of time itself. Experiments conducted by the Department of Mysteries have demonstrated that moonstone-enhanced devices can detect subtle variations in the rate of time's passage, leading to speculation that these stones might eventually be used to create more sophisticated forms of magical time travel than the limited applications currently possible with time turners. Turquoise, another of the rare and mysterious stones, carries within its robin's egg blue depths the accumulated protective power of countless generations of shamans, medicine workers, and tribal guardians who recognized its unique ability to shield against both physical and spiritual harm. These remarkable gems, formed in the intersection of copper-rich earth and the sacred waters of ancient springs, possess protective properties that operate on multiple levels simultaneously, creating barriers against curse magic, psychic attack, and the various forms of spiritual corruption that threaten the unwary. The Native American magical traditions have long recognized turquoise as one of the most powerful protective stones, incorporating these gems into elaborate ceremonial jewelry and sacred objects that serve as focal points for tribal protection magic. The great medicine wheels of the American Southwest, though they appear to be simple arrangements of stone, actually incorporate thousands of small turquoise fragments that create vast protective fields extending for miles in all directions. The preparation of turquoise for protective magic involves ceremonies that honor the stone's connection to both earth and sky, often incorporating elements from both Native American and European magical traditions. The most powerful protective turquoise is that which has been blessed by thunder, stones that have been struck by lightning, while still in their natural matrix, absorbing the electrical power of the storm and transforming it into spiritual protection that can last for centuries. Among the rarest of mysterious stones is the legendary star Sapphire, whose six-pointed star of light seems to contain within its rays the very essence of divine guidance and celestial protection. These extraordinary gems, found only in locations where meteorites have fallen and their stellar energies have been absorbed into the surrounding stone, possess the remarkable ability to point toward true north, not in the geographical sense, but in the moral and spiritual dimensions of existence. The star Sapphire of the Wanderer, carried by the great magical explorer Lysander Stargazer during his legendary journeys to the far corners of the magical world, served as both compass and moral guide throughout his adventures. Historical accounts describe how the stone's star would brighten when Stargazer faced important decisions, its light pointing toward the choice that would serve the greater good, rather than mere personal advantage. Jade, revered throughout the magical traditions of East Asia, represents another category of rare and mysterious stones whose powers extend far beyond the merely magical into the realm of spiritual transformation. The finest magical jade, carved by master artisans who spend decades perfecting their craft, can serve as vessels for preserving and transmitting the wisdom of ancient sages, their smooth green surfaces holding the accumulated knowledge of generations of scholars and spiritual teachers. The Imperial Jade Collection of the Forbidden Palace in Beijing contains specimens so rare and powerful that they are said to retain the actual personalities of the emperors who once owned them. Visitors to the collection report feeling the presence of these ancient rulers, their wisdom and experience somehow preserved within the crystalline structure of the jade itself. Alexandrite, the color-changing gem that appears green in daylight and red under artificial illumination, represents one of the most mysterious and unpredictable of all magical stones. These remarkable gems seem to exist in a state of constant transformation, their magical properties shifting and changing in response to their environment in ways that magical theorists still struggle to understand or predict. The magical applications of Alexandrite focus primarily on transformation magic and the bridging of apparent contradictions. Practitioners working with Alexandrite enhanced equipment report the ability to perform transmutations that should theoretically be impossible, transforming substances into their apparent opposites, or creating hybrid forms that possess characteristics of multiple different materials simultaneously. Labradorite, with its spectacular display of internal fire that flashes blue, green, and gold, depending on the angle of observation, serves as a bridge between the mundane world and the realm of pure magic. These stones, found primarily in the remote regions of northern Canada, where the aurora borealis dances across the sky, seem to capture and concentrate the ethereal energies of the northern lights, creating gems that can enhance magical sensitivity and perception beyond normal human limits. The preparation of labradorite for magical use requires exposure to the actual aurora borealis, with the stones being placed in special viewing chambers during periods of peak aurora activity. The resulting gems possess an almost supernatural ability to reveal hidden magical phenomena, making them invaluable tools for researchers investigating the deeper mysteries of magical theory and practice. Tanzanite, one of the rarest gems on Earth, found only in a small region of Tanzania, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance communication between different forms of consciousness. These extraordinary blue-violet stones seem to facilitate understanding between humans and magical creatures, allowing for forms of communication that transcend the normal barriers of species and language. The famous Tanzanite translator, used by the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, has enabled ministry officials to conduct direct negotiations with dragons, giants, and other intelligent magical beings whose languages were previously incomprehensible to human speakers. The stone's influence allows for the transmission of concepts and emotions that go far beyond mere verbal communication, creating understanding at a level that transcends the limitations of conventional language. Moldavite, formed from the cosmic collision that created the Bohemian meteorite crater, represents perhaps the most mysterious of all magical stones. These remarkable green gems, literally born from the marriage of earth and sky, possess properties that seem to operate outside the normal laws of magical physics. Practitioners working with Moldavite report experiences that border on the transcendent, including visions of alternate realities and glimpses of possible futures that exist beyond the reach of normal prophetic magic. The single known specimen of Moldavite in magical Britain is housed in the Department of Mysteries, where it serves as the focus for experiments in what researchers cautiously term reality manipulation. The exact nature of these experiments remains classified at the highest levels of magical security, though rumored applications include the exploration of parallel universes and the investigation of magical phenomena that exist outside normal space and time. Peridot, the olive-green gem that forms in the heart of volcanic activity, carries within its crystalline structure the concentrated power of the Earth's inner fire. These stones, often found in the craters of active volcanoes, possess the remarkable ability to harmonize opposing forces and create balance between seemingly incompatible energies. The magical applications of peridot focus primarily on healing emotional trauma and resolving internal conflicts that prevent individuals from achieving their full potential. Therapists working with peridot-enhanced healing techniques report remarkable success in treating patients whose psychological difficulties stem from unresolved contradictions in their personal beliefs or life experiences. Lapis lazuli, the deep blue stone flecked with gold that has been prized since ancient times, serves as a bridge between earthly wisdom and divine inspiration. These remarkable gems, formed in the depths of the earth, but containing within their structure the very essence of the starry heavens, possess the unique ability to facilitate communication between the mundane world and the realm of higher spiritual truth. The ancient magical traditions of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and other early civilizations recognized lapis lazuli as one of the most sacred of all stones, incorporating these gems into elaborate ceremonial objects and royal regalia that served as focal points for the divine authority of priest kings and pharaohs. The great lapis scarab of Thutmose III, though its current location remains unknown, was said to grant its wearer the ability to perceive the will of the gods and interpret divine messages with perfect accuracy. As we rest here in the gentle quiet of evening, surrounded by the peaceful darkness that invites contemplation of the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. We can almost sense the presence of these rare and enigmatic stones scattered throughout the magical world. These extraordinary gems, each one a unique window into aspects of reality that remain largely unexplored, continue to challenge our assumptions about the nature of magic and the limits of what might be possible. The rare stones hidden in secret vaults and private collections around the world pulse with energies that remind us how much we still have to learn about the magical universe we inhabit. In their mysterious depths, we see reflected not only the beauty of the unknown, but also the endless potential for discovery that awaits those brave enough to venture beyond the boundaries of conventional magical knowledge. Tomorrow will bring new mysteries to explore and new secrets to uncover, and these rare stones will be there as they always have been, silent guardians of knowledge so profound that we may only be beginning to glimpse the edges of their true potential. In their enigmatic radiance, we find both humility and inspiration. Humility in the recognition of how much remains unknown, and inspiration in the promise that the greatest magical discoveries may still lie ahead, waiting to be revealed by those with the courage and wisdom to seek them. As you prepare to drift into the realm of dreams, where the boundaries between possible and impossible dissolve into the flowing currents of sleeping consciousness, perhaps you might wonder what rare and mysterious stone calls to your own spirit, and what secrets might it reveal if you possessed the knowledge and courage to unlock its hidden powers. Chapter 12. The Future of Gemstone Magic. As we stand at the threshold between the ancient wisdom of gemstone magic and the limitless possibilities that await discovery, we find ourselves contemplating not just what has been, but what might yet become. The precious stones that have guided humanity through millennia of magical development continue to reveal new secrets and applications, their crystalline depths holding keys to innovations that could transform our understanding of magic itself. This final chapter of our journey together, let us gaze forward through the lens of possibility, imagining how the eternal partnership between human consciousness and the treasures of the earth might evolve to meet the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. Picture yourself standing in a research laboratory that exists 50 years in the future, where the walls themselves are grown from living crystal that responds to the thoughts and intentions of those who work within. Here, master enchant. Nodders collaborate with magical theorists and even Muggle scientists to unlock the deepest secrets of gemstone magic, their combined knowledge creating innovations that blur the boundaries between the magical and mundane worlds in ways that would have seemed impossible to previous generations. The integration of gemstone magic with other fields of magical study has already begun to yield remarkable results, with researchers discovering that the traditional boundaries between different types of magic may be far more fluid than previously understood. Experimental work at the International Magical Research Institute has demonstrated that properly prepared gemstones can serve as bridges between different magical disciplines, allowing practitioners to combine the healing properties of emeralds with the protective power of diamonds, or to merge the wisdom-enhancing effects of sapphires with the transformative potential of opals. These hybrid applications represent just the beginning of what magical theorists call symphonic magic, the orchestrated use of multiple gemstones working in harmony to create effects that exceed the sum of their individual capabilities. Early experiments with gemstone symphonies have produced results that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about the nature of magical power, suggesting that the true potential of these stones may only be realized when they work together in carefully balanced combinations. The development of synthetic gemstones with enhanced magical properties has opened entirely new avenues for magical research and application. While naturally formed stones retain their unique character and power, laboratory-created gems can be engineered with specific magical resonances that optimize them for particular applications. These synthetic stones, grown under controlled conditions and infused with precisely calibrated magical energies, represent a new frontier in gemstone magic that could make powerful magical tools available to practitioners who might never have been able to afford natural specimens of comparable quality. The ethical implications of synthetic gemstone magic have sparked intense debate within the magical community. Traditionalists argue that artificially created stones lack the spiritual essence and accumulated wisdom that make natural gems truly powerful, while progressives contend that synthetic stones represent a democratization of magical power that could help level the playing field between wealthy and poor magical practitioners. The resolution of this debate will likely shape the future of gemstone magic for generations to come. Environmental applications of gemstone magic have emerged as one of the most promising areas for future development. The same properties that make emeralds effective for healing individual patients show remarkable potential for restoring damaged ecosystems and protecting endangered magical species. Large-scale conservation projects now incorporate networks of carefully placed gemstones that work together to maintain the magical balance of entire forest systems, while underwater installations of pearl and aquamarine arrays help protect marine magical creatures from the effects of pollution and climate change. The famous restoration project at the site of the former Forbidden Forest, devastated by the final battle of the Second Wizarding War, has become a model for how gemstone magic can help heal landscapes scarred by magical violence. Teams of conservationists working with emerald-enhanced restoration spells have managed to regrow acres of healthy magical forest, while protective diamond barriers shield the recovering ecosystem from further damage. Communication applications of gemstone magic continue to evolve in ways that could revolutionize how the magical world shares information and maintains connections across vast distances. The development of gemstone-enhanced communication networks that can transmit not just words but actual thoughts and emotions has created possibilities for collaboration and understanding that were previously unimaginable. The prototype empathy network, currently being tested by the Department of International Magical Cooperation, uses arrays of specially prepared tanzanite and moonstone to create connections between magical communities around the world. Early results suggest that this technology could help bridge cultural divides and foster unprecedented levels of international cooperation in addressing global magical challenges. Medical applications of gemstone magic have advanced to the point where healers can now address conditions that were previously considered incurable. The combination of traditional healing knowledge with modern understanding of how gemstones interact with the body's magical and physical systems has led to breakthrough treatments for everything from curse-induced paralysis to the magical equivalent of genetic disorders. The development of personalized gemstone therapy, where stones are specifically attuned to an individual patient's unique magical signature, has shown remarkable success in treating complex conditions that resist conventional magical healing. These bespoke treatments, while currently expensive and time-consuming to create, may eventually become standard practice in magical medicine. Educational applications of gemstone magic have evolved beyond simple study aids to encompass entire learning environments that adapt to the needs and abilities of individual students. Experimental schools now use gemstone-enhanced architecture that can modify its teaching methods in real time, providing personalized instruction that helps each student learn at their optimal pace and in their preferred style. The adaptive learning chambers at the New Salem Academy of Advanced Magic represent the cutting edge of this technology, using combinations of sapphire, topaz, and amethyst to create educational environments that can literally read their students' thoughts and adjust their instruction accordingly. Early results suggest that students learning in these environments achieve mastery of complex magical concepts in a fraction of the time required by traditional teaching methods. Security applications of gemstone magic have advanced to create protection systems that can adapt and evolve in response to new threats. The next generation of magical defensive systems will incorporate networks of interconnected gemstones that can learn from attack patterns and develop countermeasures automatically, creating dynamic protective barriers that become stronger and more sophisticated over time. The adaptive defense grid currently being installed at high-security facilities around the magical world represents a paradigm shift in magical protection. These systems use machine learning principles enhanced by gemstone magic to create defenses that can predict and counterattack strategies before they are fully implemented, potentially making traditional approaches to magical security obsolete. Archaeological applications of gemstone magic have begun to revolutionize our understanding of magical history. New techniques using resonance scanning with properly attuned gemstones can reveal the magical signatures of ancient spells and enchantments, allowing researchers to reconstruct lost magical techniques and understand the true capabilities of historical magical civilizations. The ongoing excavation of the lost city of Atlantis, made possible by underwater gemstone arrays that can penetrate the magical barriers protecting the site, has already yielded discoveries that are reshaping our understanding of ancient magical technology. The gemstone-enhanced artifacts recovered from the site suggest that the magical capabilities of ancient civilizations may have far exceeded what historians previously believed possible. Space applications of gemstone magic represent one of the most exciting frontiers for future development. The unique properties of gemstones formed in terrestrial conditions may prove invaluable for maintaining magical capabilities during space travel and establishing magical communities beyond Earth. Early experiments with gemstone-enhanced spacecraft have demonstrated that properly prepared stones can maintain stable magical fields even in the vacuum of space, opening the possibility of extending magical civilization to other worlds. The Luna Project, a classified initiative rumored to be developing a permanent magical settlement on the Moon, allegedly relies heavily on moonstone technology to maintain the magical environment necessary for human habitation. While details remain highly classified, the implications of successfully establishing magical communities beyond Earth could fundamentally change the future of magical civilization. Artificial intelligence applications of gemstone magic have begun to blur the boundaries between magical and technological innovation. Experimental programs using gemstone-enhanced computational systems have demonstrated problem-solving capabilities that exceed traditional magical approaches, while maintaining the intuitive and creative aspects that distinguish magical thinking from purely logical analysis. The development of truly thinking magical artifacts, enhanced by gemstone technology, raises profound questions about consciousness, identity, and the nature of magical intelligence. These devices, which seem to possess genuine understanding and creative capability, may represent the next stage in the evolution of magical technology. The future of gemstone magic will likely be shaped by our growing understanding of the fundamental forces that govern magical reality. As researchers continue to explore the deepest mysteries of how magic works, gemstones may prove to be the key to unlocking new forms of magical expression that transcend the limitations of current magical practice. The theoretical work being conducted at the Institute for Advanced Magical Physics suggests that gemstones may actually be windows into parallel dimensions where different laws of magic apply. If these theories prove correct, the future of gemstone magic may involve not just enhancing our current magical capabilities, but accessing entirely new forms of magical reality that exist beyond our current understanding. As we prepare to conclude our journey through the world of gemstone magic, we find ourselves standing at the edge of infinite possibility. The stones that have guided human magical development for thousands of years continue to reveal new secrets and applications, their crystalline depths holding keys to innovations that could transform our understanding of magic itself. The partnership between human consciousness and the treasures of the earth that began in the dawn of magical history continues to evolve and deepen, promising discoveries and applications that will amaze and inspire future generations of magical practitioners. In the gentle glow of these ancient stones, we see reflected not just the wisdom of the past, but the unlimited potential of the future. The precious stones that rest in laboratories and treasure vaults around the world pulse with the same eternal rhythms that have guided human magical development since the beginning of recorded history. In their crystalline depths, we see not just beautiful objects, but partners in the great work of expanding human understanding and capability, allies in the ongoing quest to unlock the full potential of magical reality. Tomorrow will bring new discoveries and new applications, and the gemstones will be there as they always have been, ready to reveal their secrets to those with the wisdom and courage to seek them. In their eternal radiance, we find both continuity and transformation, continuity in the unchanging principles that govern their power, and transformation in the endless new ways that power can be applied to serve the needs of an evolving magical world. As you drift into the peaceful realm of dreams, where the boundaries between present and future dissolve into the flowing currents of possibility, perhaps you might wonder, what role will you play in the continuing story of gemstone magic, and what new chapters in this ancient partnership between human consciousness and the treasures of the earth await your contribution to their unfolding?